This match 50 over fair. And Trinidad and Tobago starting with 2 slips, a gully, third man, point, cover, extra cover. Ooh, that one moved away from the right-handed batsman, and it was taken behind by the keeper. So, very chirpy out there, the Trinidad and Tobago team, but a good start trying.
Definitely. Both teams playing here for the first time, and both captains indicated had they won the toss, they would have fielded first. So I guess maybe a little uncomfortable for the USA team.
You would have looked at the pitch. Nicely played, but knocked down there at cover, and the USA get their first run. Try you would have had a look at the pitch earlier on, and your impressions.
It seems well prepared. It's hard on the surface, and in speaking to the chief groundsman, Mr. CWI Douglas, he said obviously a little moisture in it. He also said had he won the toss, he would have invited the other team to bat first, and he would have played for the St. Kitts team at Leeward Islands tournament. So he said he expects it to be maybe the ball, due to the moisture, the perceived moisture, as the day goes on, it'll be settle down and play true, as we'll say.
Yes,
true pitch.
Yes, and of course, CWI himself being a fast bowler, would have, as you correctly said, would have played for St. Kitts. And he has been preparing pitch for a number of years. That's a full pitch delivery, and that could be no ball for height. We'll look at the umpire, take a close look at the umpire. He does not agree with me. And no damage done in the end. But CWI, very experienced groundsman, and in my opinion, probably the best groundsman in St. Kitts. He would have traveled to St. Lucia for some experience and some workshops. And he knows his game well.
Indeed.
Nicely turned down to long leg for a single. So, we'll probably give the listeners the teams playing today. The USA, they are batting. It's Amogoth. In fact, it's Ian Tumale and Ange Bourget. Those are the 2 batsmen out there at the moment. And then Ari Pali coming in. He's the captain. He comes in at number 3. Darshan Haribabu, Jeremy Samuel, Rahul Basu, Sawyer Gore, Adit Kappa, Muzamil Abdul Rahim Zai, Ayush Patel, and Riftik Apidi. That's the USA team, and they, of course, lost the toss and they're batting.
A very good idea to have the US playing in this competition, Earl, and even a better idea to have 2 teams. It helps with the development of the US youngsters, obviously, and it also provides an opportunity for more matches, at least one more match for the 6 units in the West Indies, as it were, the 6 territories.
Yes, certainly. And the US, of course, cricket, of course, catching on quite nicely. In the USA, the moment currently, the MLC, the major league there, the major cricket league there in the USA, is on course. And we have had some exciting matches there. Quite a number of top players participating in that league. So cricket really going places in the US. Pulled nicely in the air. It's in fact between square leg and backward square, and it went into the boundary for 4. So that's a good shot by the batsman there, number 21, Tumala, left-hander. Good shot Troy.
Indeed, and no doubt that will boost his confidence playing on a pitch that, yes, they may have had some practice here, but practice and match time, they're two different things. So obviously that will boost his confidence. And he goes on to 5.
So, USA starting well. Swan is touching down outside the off stump this time and allowed through. Opening bowler from the far end, of course. It's Adian Rasha for Trinidad and Tobago. Tall lad, slimly built. Outside the off stump, that one. Nice day here, Troy. Sun is out. Nice white fluffy clouds around.
Definitely, and there was a little breeze outside. There were 1 or 2 dark clouds in the back of us. However, the breeze seems to be drifting them more in a southeast direction. Pardon me, southwest.
Outside the off stump on a wide signal. This one too wide.
Yes.
Starting wide and going further away.
And perhaps the bowlers might be encouraged with the way that one swung away. If he could get it a little closer with that amount of swing, that'll be interesting.
So, USA, Bourget, he's the batsman on strike. He's a left-hander. Wide again, and wide signal also. And I must tell you too that the umpires in this match, umpire Shannon Crawford, he's from Trinidad and Tobago. And there's Robert Foster from Jamaica. Donald Shekels, he's the third umpire in this match, and match referee, of course, our own Lady Gums. Outside the off stump. This one is a lot closer to the off stump.
And swinging away a little as well.
Trinidad and the US, of course, will be looking to get a good start. It's a 50-over affair. And they'll be looking to, these two openers in particular, they'll be looking to play out the opening overs and at least allow the pitch to dry out a bit. Oh, that's another one just outside the off stump. And it's jumping off a good length there outside the off stump, but not really posing any problems to the batsman. Ball, of course, directed outside the off stump, and Boy just allowed it through.
Indeed, he will be advised to bring it a little closer. And were he to be getting that amount of swing, cause the batsman to play?
Well, he's closer. And the misfielded there at backward point, and it goes to the backward point bounce for 4. It was all along the ground, played just slightly backward of square on the offside by Boy. And the fielder there at backward point seemed to have stumbled a bit. And it ran past him and ran away for 4.
A little fortuitous, the batter, but they're going to take the ones anyway they come. And it's now 12 without loss at the end of the second over in this 50-over affair. And a slight breeze we're feeling here in the commentary box, Smitten. And the players obviously will welcome that.
Slight overcast though, but just probably the sun going under the cloud at the moment. And as we speak, we can see it brightening again. Topping. Pushed nicely into the onside up to mid-wicket. But these two openers have shaped up well so far, Troy.
Yes, and a little apprehensive, obviously, because they still need to get much more familiar with the track here at the St. Paul's Sporting Complex. It's been used previously for West Indies tournament games. The females, especially, they would have played some 50 overs and 20 here.
Topping. This one worked into the onside quick single, but fumbled there at shortish mid-wicket. And in the end, the single safely taken. Ramprasad, the vice captain, of course, being guilty of fumbling that one. And looking at the outfield door, it's a bit on the bumpy side, Troy, so that might account for some of the two lapses we have seen so far in the Trinidad and Tobago fielding. Probably, not going smoothly down to the fielders, but Topping continues to the left-handed Boye. Stops.
The name Boye reminds me of Nicky Boye.
Yes, immediately that South African name comes to mind.
And one of the Sandy Point cricketers, my hometown.
Yes,
that's who would have adopted a left arm spinner.
Yes, that's right. 2 slips a gully in place. Oh, wedge to gully and is it caught? No, put down.
And you just mentioned 2 slips and a gully and the ball went perhaps dipping a little. The player, maybe the reflex is not as quick as they should have been.
At 19 now, under 19 reflexes.
Exactly.
He seemed to have had it covered quite comfortably, but I got the impression he was a bit too confident.
I was ready to say, it seemed an easy chance. However, that was not to be. And the batter lives to fight another day.
Topping once more, slower delivery. Keeping a trifle low, but going by outside the off stump.
And what I noticed, Smitten, there wasn't much reaction from the fielders, and which perhaps is a good thing, a little motivation. Hey, do better. No, the slip Carden would have said, hey, yeah, you have to be a little tighter. We can't afford to put down these.
Well, it's down already. The game goes on. So you'll have to forget that as quickly as possible. Drive that outside the off stump by the batsman Tumala, and they missed it completely. Cannot go around moping about a missed chance. It's already passed, and players, of course, would have to pick up from there and carry on with the game.
Indeed, what's gone has gone. You can't do anything about that.
Quite chirpy out there, though. Shot outside the off stump, no shot offered. A bit of a grunt there by the bowler. The over comes to an end, so we have had 3 overs completed, and it's 13 for no loss. But I would say a reasonably good start there by the US. They have been able to see off these opening overs so far, and having not lost a wicket.
Indeed. It may have very well been 13 for 1 had that catch been taken, but that was not to be. And they'll just have to forget about it, like you said, Smitten, and fight again. And the US, the technique for a traditionally non-cricket playing country, the technique of these youngsters seems pretty good so far.
Well, you said non-traditional cricket playing country. History might tell you that cricket probably might have been played first in the USA, but that's up for debate years ago. And but when you look at the names, though, when you look down the list of names, the names do not suggest that the origin
exactly.
of these players are they are US, so more Asian descent. That is outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. Moving into the batsman, from just outside, just slightly outside the off stump, and played well by Tumala. Adjustment to the field. And third man being placed in a fine leg position. So there's no third man in place, and perhaps because the bowler, Russia, is moving the ball into the right-handed batsman. Oh, here's another one coming back a long way, taking him on the pad, but probably coming back a bit too much and probably missing leg.
And the umpire not really, well, a half-hearted appeal. The umpire not quite interested at all. And the skipper perhaps trying to get the attention to make some adjustment.
But we have seen a bit of movement, though, a bit of lateral movement so far on this pitch. From the opening bowlers, of course. Not a good delivery. Strikes to Mal on the pads. Bowler quickly moving into the short mid-wicket region on the onside to retrieve.
And of course, these batters will have to play each ball on its merit. The shot selection, they'll have to be very mindful of that, because that is something that has haunted the West Indies players.
Watch out, takes him on the pad, the appeal goes up. Might have been a bit too high.
And that smitten appears to have been the closest of all the appeals in terms of what the ball was doing.
13 for none. So, Ratcher sensing something here. And so far it has been a good over, no run coming yet from this over, and perhaps sensing that he's onto something. It's troubled the batsman so far in this over. This one is clipped nicely down towards backward square, just a single. So Tumala gets out of the firing line, and he would look on at Boye, who will take strike from the striker's end.
Releasing the pressure on that occasion, after having 3 shouts for appeal, the last one, the 5th ball, being perhaps very close, well, the one before that, and this one not as tight as those others. But the battle goes on.
Ratcher. Nicely played to extra cover, no run. End of a very good over there from Ratcher. And the USA, after being inserted, they are 14 for no loss after 4 overs.
Playing themselves in at this stage, which is necessary, trying to figure out what the bowlers are doing, how the pitch is playing, most importantly. And it's still early days yet. This is just the 4th over of a 50-over contest. A lot of batting left for the USA. And obviously one of the first targets would be to bat for the full 50 overs. Which is something that teams need to really try and do. You could only make ones out in the middle.
Good start to the over by Toppin, delivery. Moving back into the right-handed Tumala. Played it well, though. Troy, we are certainly blessed with good weather here for the start of this tournament. And rather unprecedented amount of rain has been coming in recent times here in St. Kitts, especially in the rural areas. Outside the off stump, he's driving it and missing. It's well taken behind by the wicket keeper. wicketkeeper Mo.
And you're quite correct with the rain. Up to last night, there was some rain in my hometown, which is Sandy Point, 4 miles east of where we are.
St. Paul's, we know it's one of the rain belts here in St. Kitts. They do get quite a bit of rain. Defended, and he's getting a single down to the vacant mid-on. Well taken single. Played it into the gap.
Indeed. Good communication as well. And that is something coaches will really need to instill on their players. Run the single, run it hard, run it fast. And quite often we see that putting the fielders under pressure, and sometimes one turn into twos, twos turn into threes.
Back to the rainfall, Troy. Get back to that after this delivery. Over pitched and edged down to third man, a single. To Boye, one more to the score. It's gone on now to 15 for no loss. As we look out, Troy, as we look all around this playing field, the St. Paul's playing field, all we are seeing is green. All the banana trees, coconut trees, and the other trees around, all green. There no hardly a shade of brown around, which tells you that the area has been getting quite a bit of rain in recent times.
And like you rightfully said, Smitten, this is part of the rain belt going further west, all the way around to perhaps Keon.
Nicely played there by Tamala. The return goes past the stumps and backed up in the onside. It seemed to, Troy, it seemed as though that was in the air for some time.
It seemed to have carried and been put down by the gully fielder there. The reaction from the players. And there's an adage, catches win matches. And we can ask the West Indies about that in the first test against Australia, putting down some 7 at least.
Bowlers seem to have been disappointed with that one. And speaking of the West Indies, of course, we know the second test match starts today in Grenada. Outside off, through to the keeper, no shot played.
And it's the end of the over, Smitten. 17 without loss after 5 overs. Scoring very slowly, a tad over 3 runs and over. But one would expect, once these batters would have hung around for a bit, they'll look to start getting it on a little more. But of course, they still have to play each ball on its merit.
Early days yet in the tournament. Of course, this is just day one of a tournament which stretches right down to just about the 24th of this month. And players do have a 2-day rest period. Next round of matches on Sunday. As Ratchet will continue from the far end. Snicked and missed it at Gully, in fact. Well, he had to dive a bit to his left at Gully. And he was unable to rope that one in.
Carried at a fairly decent height. Moving to his left. And it seems to be is it the skipper? No, some field adjustment is being made. The fielder from what would have been cover exchanged for that Gully man. And I think that was the same player, Smitten, who may have put down one the previous over in a similar position.
Well, interestingly, it's stopping the fast bowler who goes into that Gully position, exchanging with Wuplal. Oh, another appeal goes up. And the umpire does not respond. In fact, it's the number 14 player, Luke Ali, who was replaced there by Toppin in the Gully region.
And Toppin, a big man. Big for 19.
Well, we are not sure if he's 19. He might be less than 19.
Oh, you're correct. Big for under 19.
For under 19. Oh, that's a good one, but doing too much and missing leg. And just a half-hearted, in fact, a stifled appeal from the bowler and some of the players. Nipping back quite sharply.
And this end seemed to have been creating some interest. Russia striking the batters here. Basically once, twice per over. We had it 3 times in his previous over.
Oh, it's... well, first he was looking for a big shot, then he sort of pulled out of the shot. And in the end, played a foul shot into the offside. But safe in the end.
I got the impression that one hustled onto him a little quicker than he expected. He's going down, tapping away at the pitch. Perhaps psychological, perhaps really doing some replacement. Trying to tell the bowler, hey, it's not really you, you know. That took off from something off the pitch.
Turned into the onside down to backward square for a single. But I don't think the bowler would mind the ball doing something off the pitch. He would be looking for that spot again. So, I do not think he would be having any psychological edge over the bowler.
And this game of cricket is not just a game of technical skills, man. It's all about the mind and the psychologies as well. Trying to outwit the players. Batters, fielders, and the batters.
Yes, certainly. But, it's more mind game than anything else. Yes, so you do require some skill. Edge goes through the... No, in fact, it does not. It just swung back.
Pretty close.
Well taken behind by the keeper. Doing a good job that time. Keeper, of course, Christian Lal. Looks like a very young lad, Christian Lal. He looks more like an under 17 or thereabout than an under 19.
And which is something that teams will be encouraged to do, because you don't want a mass movement, mass exodus of players hitting 19 and you're struggling to get replacements. So once your contingency plan includes bringing in the under 17 here and there, you should have that continuity. And that's a challenge we see in primary school sports. Mm-hmm. Quite often they're using just the grade 5s with the bulk of grade 6. So when the grade 6 students go on to the high school, you're going from being a top contender to back to rebuilding.
Tumala is defending, 22 for no loss. And USA, they have done well. They have had their luck, of course. But they have done well so far. They've managed to survive without losing the wicket. As we can hear that siren in the background.
And the police, perhaps a routine patrol coming through.
Perhaps.
Making sure everything is all right.
Short lifting, rather uncomfortable that time to Marlon. And in fact, a wide signal, but certainly shook up the batsman a bit there, try.
Indeed, dropping, hitting the ball center and swinging away. And the bowler being warned about height as well. So that one really pitching up, getting up.
Bit pacey also. And he follows up as expected with one right up in the block hole. And they kept out by Tomala. So good, sensible bowling there by Toppin. You know, softening up the batsman a bit and then going right up in the block hole.
Indeed. That seems to be the strategy. Short one. And then you go straight for the block hole. Some to good effect.
Sound the other door slamming, of course, indicates that the breeze has picked up. Dugout. Bowler knocks it down, no run.
The umpires signaling 3 balls have been bowled.
Troy, you being an umpire yourself, notice you prefer the comfort of the boat these days. Is it a question of the sun is a bit too much for you, or, you know, you... But I know you're a qualified umpire. He's looking for a non-existent single to Marla. And does not get it. He's not supported by his partner.
Which is a very good call indeed to stay, get back. Smitten umpiring is perhaps one of the hardest jobs in the world. Out in the field for 6 hours, 7 hours a day, in some cases, in Leeward Island cases. And I've been doing this since 1984. The late Andrew Weeks, the only test umpire for the Leeward Islands, my uncle, he was the one who gave me the encouragement and inspiration.
Played into the offside nicely. 4. That's a wonderful shot. Just eased into it to Marla and played it just slightly back out of square on the offside, and it raced away for 4, finding the gap well.
Almost effortlessly, beautifully timed. And it wasn't really a drive per se. It seemed somewhat of a defensive shot, but that one raced into the boundary. Of course, the batters won't mind how they come once they come.
I think he really played it for the gap, though. He played it well. He just came forward and
Guided
timed it sweetly. Perhaps the best shot of the morning. And the ball really raced away, gathering momentum as it went along the ground. Quick single, and easily taken in the end.
Well taken. Very good communication. And that brings up the end of the 7th over. 27 without loss, the US. And it's about the first half hour so far. And just shy of 4 runs and over. So the run rate picking up slightly. A little earlier we had said it was just shy of 3 runs and over. So according to one of the popular songs here in St. Kitts, watch the creep up. The score is basically creeping up, inching up, crawling up, however you would have it, Smitten. But the important thing is the USA team number 2, they have not lost a wicket. They have had some moments, but they bat, they are batting, they live to fight another day. And that one is going to be called a wide, and it's going to go for 4. So that is 5 runs, drifting way outside the leg stump, is it? And given away 5 runs and in limited overs, you could ill afford to really give away runs like that. That might very well be the difference between a victory and a loss.
Yes, Russia in his 4th over strained down the onside to the right-handed Tomala and going wide. Of course, we know in limited overs cricket.
And here's he punching it, square on the offside, getting one, thinking of a second, but sent back by Boye.
So yes, we know in limited overs cricket, anything just down the onside would be called wide. And to compound things, it not only was wide of the leg stump, but it was a bit wide of the wicket keeper and went away for 4 extra wides, so 5 runs being had then.
And that causes the score to race on to 33 without loss after 7.1 overs. And the single again being had, punching that out to the mid-on region. And Racha being guilty of perhaps not being steady with his line. He seems to be drifting up and down and getting quite some turn in some cases. So the wicketkeeper really has to be alert, Smitten.
Yes, but it has been a good start though. By the USA batsmen, they have handled things quite well. Yes, of course, they have had their luck, but it's all part of the game.
Luck fortunes the brave, I think it is said. And you need a little luck. No matter how good and sound you are technically, you need it. When it works against you, it's a different kettle of fish. That one outside the off stump, and here is he punching, basically just putting back to the ball, and it races out to the cover point boundary. The 1 run, they run 2. Beautiful bit of fielding there by the fielder from backward point, getting 3 as a matter of fact, and effortlessly looking so cool and calm, Smitten.
Yes, this is good batting by the 2 batsmen for the USA. Wonderful shot there. Not looking to hit the cover of the ball, but rather timing it nicely. That side of the field over the years has tended to be a bit sluggish, and so the ball didn't really reach the boundary, but they got 3 runs for the effort nevertheless.
And this boy who's trying to drive it through the mid-on region, not collecting, not timing it well, and no damage is done there.
And try this US team seems to be well coached. I've admired the way they've run between the wickets this morning. The running between the wicket has been quite good.
Indeed, very good communication. And here is Boye getting one back down. The fielder initially fielding, knocking it away. No harm done at the end of the 8th over. It is 37 without loss, the USA, after being asked to bat by Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, and this is a very good start indeed by the USA. 8 overs, they're going at just over 4 runs per over. And they have not lost the wicket as yet. So they certainly, these two diminutive players, they're not tall players by any means. Good left and right hand combination out in the middle for the USA. And they have been doing a very good job. And we're still within the first power play. And this has been an extended spell by these opening bowlers. Topping goes in.
And coming forward is Tamala. The bowler moves smartly to his left. A shortish cover position to field. No harm done. Tamala opening the batting. He has 15 runs from 29 balls with 2 fours. His opening partner, lefty Boye, 14 from 20 balls with 2 fours. And the skipper, Topping, opening the bowling, 4.1 overs so far, 11 runs. Yet to touch a pad, so to speak. And he walks again from the pavilion end. And getting back and just turning it into the onside, getting an easy single, the wicketkeeper running away to what perhaps might have been a short fine leg. And he does the fielding. The score advances by 1. Like you rightfully said, Smitten, the decision making, the communication, that has been very good from the USA team. And they're looking fairly sound technically as well. So it tells me that they have been doing some very good training.
Yes, I've certainly been impressed by the way these two have put together their partnership so far. Partnership of some 38 runs.
And he goes slashing, and that one goes over backward point, 1 bounce, and then it rolls about 5 yards into the boundary. 4 runs there to the lefty. Boye getting up on all using maximum height and not trying to overhit the ball, hitting upwards deliberately, clearing the infield and picking up another boundary.
Good shot, good shot. Bone well clear of any fieldsman, and the ball raced away to the boundary for 4. It was shortish from the bowler, and which seemed to be settling down a bit though, and nothing really untowards happening out there in the middle.
And it's going to be Skipper tapping again to try for his team. That one a little short, a little wider outside the off stump. And Boye, perhaps thinking initially to go at it, but decided to let it go through the keeper, Smith, and he's rehearsing perhaps, maybe I should have done this, maybe I should have done that. Perhaps try to play a similar shot going over the infield.
It would be interesting to see what the Trinidad and Tobago team has to offer in terms of spinners, but we're yet to see a spin bowler into the attack.
And here is Boye just turning that one backward a square. He just guided it, Smitten. Not a lot of effort. He didn't hustle into the shot, picking up another 4 runs, another boundary.
Wonderful shot indeed. He, seemed to have been beaten a bit in the process, but in the end he played it well. He kept it down and away from any of the fielders and timed it well. And it went down to square leg for 4. Wonderful shot indeed by Boye.
And from what we've seen so far, he hasn't been really hustled into too many shots. And tap in a little wide, and here is he driving to the offside, going through extra cover, and they're running one. The ball heads towards the boundary, slows up. They run second, picking up a third, very comfortably, Smitten. And that shot really deserved 4. However, that part of the field, like you mentioned earlier, a little sluggish, so the ball held up just inside of the boundary, picking up 3 runs.
Yes, another good shot. And the good thing about these shots, too, is that he's finding the gaps. He's placing his shots into open spaces and thus benefiting from these shots, picking up doubles and, 1 or 2 occasions they would have managed to pick up 3 runs, and the boundaries have been coming too. So this has been a very good start here by these two for the USA.
And there's actually something in you mentioned spinners, Smitten. It's part of the conditions that these youngsters, I think, could only bowl a maximum of 6. The Pacers could only bowl a maximum of 6 overs as a means of protecting the youngsters. And that has been something in place by the West Indies, and I think internationally as well. You don't want the youngsters to be breaking down, picking up injuries, overworking, so you manage their workload. And it's going to be Boye, who's going to be facing from Russia once more.
Topping has had 5 overs so far. Rachel is in his 5th. And we are approaching the end of the first power play.
And the USA They're not really hustling. They are aware it's a 50-over match, a completely different thing to a T20. And they're basically pacing themselves and they're doing well. And here is Boye playing it into the onside. They're running one, looking for two. We'll get it. It races down very close to the boundary. And that part of the field behind the bowler at the other end of us spinning, the field there seems, the outfield seems much quicker than on the western part of the pitch.
Yes, that part on the eastern side traditionally has been quicker here at St. Paul's, and you do get more for your shots on in those areas. Nice little ground here, of course.
And it's Rasher again into Boye, and Boye goes driving back past the bowler. Perhaps not timing it as he would have liked, looking at his bat. Doesn't get a run. The fielder from mid-off run it around and actually effecting the fielding. And the score remains on 41 without loss after 8.2 overs.
40, the scoreboard is showing 50, so...
50, okay.
I
So the 50 coming up.
In fact, it's showing 52. So we'll wait and see. There's been some adjustment.
And here's Boye playing it into the mid-wicket region.
Manual scoreboard on the southeastern section is showing 51. And online it's showing 52. So we'll get that sorted out. But nevertheless, the 50 has come up for the USA. And we're in over number 10, which means that they're going at over 5 runs per over.
Indeed, so they're still creeping up. And here is Boye going aerially, picking up one, not getting to the boundary, and hitting that a wideish mid-off, pardon me. And the bowler who was feeling in a long off position, running around to his right, doing the fielding, limiting the batters to just 2. And very good, intelligent batting by these 2 American teenagers. And here is Boye getting straight up, playing it down to the mid-off region, not getting a single. It's the end of the over. It is the 10th over, is it went in, and the end of the first power play.
Yes, it's the end of the first power play, and we suspect that the umpires will signal in a while. And we are seeing a bowling change also coming up from the pavilion end. It's another medium pacer, it's another fast bowler who's marking out his run. And it's Fariz Ali who will pick up the attack from the media center end or the pavilion end. Scoreboard showing 54. So some adjustment to the scoring, showing 54 at the moment. And so change in ball in the first change of the day?
Yes, being effected from the pavilion end. And one slip, the field changed a bit. One slip, a gully, backward point, cover mid-off. And just a single off the first ball from Tumala. Punching it, that one out square on the offside. It brings Boye into strike. Boye the lefty, 26 from 29 balls, so far with 4 fours. And Field changing for the left-hander. One slip, gully, backward point. A mid-off, extra cover mid-off. There's a man down on the third man boundary. Player coming into the mid-wicket region. Backward square on the boundary. And a fine leg on the boundary. And boy, he's just coming forward, playing it to the mid-off region. No harm being done. The Trinidad players motivating the bowler with a little clap, a little applause for a good ball on that occasion, Smith.
Yes, still searching for the first wicket.
And that one beating boy on the outside edge. Perhaps a lapse in concentration.
Perhaps a good ball too.
Very much so.
You know, it was a delivery which seemed to draw boy into the shot. And it deviated a bit, it jumped a bit at him, got a bit of fight, and it beat him. So I think that was more of a good delivery than a lapse in concentration.
And not on that occasion, he's driving outside the off stump. And the fielder coming in from the boundary, that's the extra cover boundary. He effects the field in one run. And again, the slower part of the track here at St. Paul's.
I think though, Troy, the captain topping who's that short extra cover would have gotten a hand to that one and taken some of the pace off and tied it up by the fielder coming up from off the boundary.
And the temperature, and he is looking for a run being sent back by his partner. Tamula trying to sneak a single, but that was not to be. That would have been suicidal. So no harm done. And the score remains 57 without loss from 10.4 overs. And here is getting a single on this occasion, going out to the cover region. And the single is all they'll get. And the score. It's the end of the over. And Trinidad and Tobago batters really not playing anything rash per se, and we're going to see a change from that'll be the southern end, the seaside end, and perhaps it's the first sign of spin. Trinidad, they've known for producing some quality spinners over the years. A twin spins for the West Indies team. The females, they've produced some spinners as well.
Ramarak, of course, one of the spinners for West Indies. And as you said, rightly said, the first sign of spin for the day, but this has been a tremendously fine opening partnership by the United States on the 19th team too. It would be interesting to know how they put their teams together.
And trying to guide that one, and does so. Around the corner, being stopped on the 45, no run.
This is something I would like to probe into, Troy, whether or not Whether or not it's like a first 11 and a second 11, or they just have a proper mix of their players. It would be interesting to find out how they put these two teams together, the USA.
And being brought forward, and they're going to sneak a very sneaky single. The keeper moving away smartly to his left, in perhaps a very, well, a little further back, getting the ball, sending it down to the bowler, but the batter had arrived. Just backward of a forward short leg, so to speak. A very good question, Smitten. When it comes to having two teams, the science that goes in, do you have a very strong team and then just another team? Do you try to make them a balanced team? Each team balanced?
It's a question I would like to ask at some stage during the course of the day. I probably would try to do a bit of forwarding.
And that one tossed up outside the off stump, trying to entice the batter into perhaps an erratic stroke, but he plays it down to the extra cover region, picking up a single. And outside the off stump, and one bounce into the backward point. And this youngster Smith not afraid to really toss it up. And trying to induce a foul shot. And playing that one outside to the cover region is Tumala getting a single. It's the end of the first over of spin smitten. And after 12 overs, the USA, they are 59 without loss.
Yes, a good start there by the youngster Rupal. Right arm leggy. And showing decent control and not being afraid to toss it up. So I would say he's off to a very good start. But what the Trinidad and Tobago team would be looking for at this point is to get that first wicket, get that first breakthrough. And of course, this has been a very good start here by the USA.
Very good contest. The USA determined not to give up their wickets. Telling the Trini Passy, hey, if you want this wicket, you've got to work for it. I'm not going to give it up.
Well, there were opportunities not taken by the Trinidad and Tobago team, of course. And they're paying for it.
And it's going to be Ali continuing from the pavilion end outside the off stump. And Tumala, he punches it square on the offside, picking up a single.
And what these two have been doing, Troy, they have been rotating the strike well. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking along all the time. They're looking for singles also. And this has gotten them so far to 58 runs. A very good start indeed.
Indeed. Just a smite on a smite over 5 runs per over. And here is he going aerially. And they'll get one, they get two. And perhaps not quite in control, Smitten. That ball played in the air, boy. And the mid-wicket turning and running, those catches not at all ever easy to hold on to. Well, and not really a catch.
I don't think a catch was on at that time. It was in the air, yes, not in control, the batsman, but he managed to get it over the top over Mohammed, who is at mid-wicket, and picked up two.
And flicking that one just around the corner, it goes down to the fine leg. There's a field on the boundary, they'll get one. And really working the ball, the placement of shots. playing each ball on on the merit. And if this continues, Smitten, this peer could put on build a very good foundation for the USA. And it's Ali. That one is called a wide, rightfully so, by umpire Foster, who is out of Jamaica.
I think, though, the Trinidad and Tobago captain has been a bit stereotyped, though. And it seems as though he has gone out there with a plan. His opening bowlers, they were to bowl 5 overs each. And
Ali brings Tamala forward.
yes, you would have thought that even before the 5 overs were completed, he might have done something differently. He'd probably bring a spin into the attack after he realized that the 2 batsmen were becoming a bit more comfortable, but he opted to go right down to 5 overs for each opening bowler. And sometimes you have to change up things a bit if you are trying to get a wicket.
Especially at this youth level, Smitten, they have the instructions from their coaches. Are they really allowed to change the plans of the coaches out there in the middle? And it's Ali into the left-handed boy who comes forward, plays it down the track, the bowler fields.
Well, that's a good question, whether or not they're allowed to change. But, players must be allowed to think on their feet, even at this age. And once you're captain, the fact that you're captain, it means that you would have to manipulate things out there and try and get success for your team, get wickets.
Ali, the boy again, he goes aerially straight over, and it will get close to the boundary. As a matter of fact, a beautiful piece of fielding there. They've run 1, they've run 2, only 2. And that was an excellent piece of fielding there, Smith, right in front of us, saving 2 runs easily.
Yes, an excellent bit of fielding. And so we have come to the end of perhaps just about the first hour's play, perhaps in a short while. Of course, the umpires' clock might be a bit off in terms of, our clock, but their clock, of course, controls the game, and we do have to abide by their time. But perhaps at the end of this over, we might see a water break. It might be the end of the first over's play. Tossed up and driven into the cover region, just a single. So Trinidad and Tobago, they would have won the toss, inserted the USA. They are now 66 for no loss, the USA. And I'm pretty certain that the Trinidad and Tobago team might have thought that they might have gotten a couple of wickets by now. Turned into the leg gully region for another run. So 68, 69 it is now for no loss. This one is outside off, no shot played by Tamala. Turned into the onside up to square leg, just a single. So runs continuing to flow here for the USA. Tossed up, driven down to long on, eluding the bowler, and the single. Nicely defended there by Tobago. Over comes to an end. It's 70 for no loss. And an excellent start here by the USA.
And they are really the ones creeping up. Yes, we've had a few fours. We haven't had a six so far, but the score is already 71 without loss. I think at this stage, when the coach of the US team will be very, very comfortable, contrary to the coach of the Trinidad team, who perhaps may have been thinking before the start of the game, after some 13 overs, 14 overs, they may have had about 2-3 wickets.
Yes, but you see, the thing about these tournaments, most of these teams, under 19 teams, come into the tournament as unknowns. Played up to mid-off, no run. And I think I would hope, though, that the Trinidad and Tobago captain would have inserted the USA team based on what he thought might have been in the wicket, in the pitch, a bit of moisture. They did create chances, but they were not held on to. Here's one, playing across the line and getting it up to wide mid-on, gets a single. But certainly, the USA team, they've really done well. They've really created an excellent position here for their team. 72 runs on the board, yet to lose a wicket. And the left and right hand combination seems to be working well for the USA also.
And that left and right hand combination right now is a science, Smitten.
He's looking for a run, but the fielder does not attempt to throw down the pitch, and he's back safely.
Perhaps getting a little more excited. No need to be. They're going good at the moment. 73 without loss into the 15th over.
And by the way, Tobago, he's on 28, and Ange Boye, he's on 35.
So both batters at this stage should be thinking about, hey, let us try to get to a half century and then take it from there.
Slow delivery. And stay down to backward point, no run.
Perhaps a water break coming up just now.
Yes.
Standby umpire. He's there. Normally after an hour and 10 minutes or thereabout.
Of course, not only the standby umpire, but we can see the groundsmen getting in place also. They're with their brooms and other equipment. Quick single, easily taken in the end.
The communication again, Smitten. From our vantage point, we didn't hear yes, one or anything. Just played, look at his partner, and both of them set off, which again suggests that they know each other. They perhaps have been opening the batting for quite some time. And they continue to inch closer to the 3 quads. And that's amazing, Smith. In some countries, just like how you get to a half century, there's some recognition to get into 75.
Ali, another slow delivery played up to mid-on, quick single. Batsman safely home. So the over comes to an end. Drinks break is being taken, and we'll use the opportunity also to have a drinks break. But we'll tell you that the position here is 73 for no loss, the United States of America. That's why we need a monitor. Okay, let me take a toilet break too, since if you're still doing a bit of ball, you know. I remember it's all these two of us, and all this, so
Thanks for reminding me.
if you cut back a bit on the talking, it's not gonna hurt. Right?
All right, boy, I appreciate it, thanks.
I asked the lady to allow us to know what they would have for lunch, right? So they could get something for us, because they just say over here, wait and
Players and
till
all.
all the players and players are sauntering.
Excellent idea.
So, you know.
Excellent idea. Barbados 83 for 1.
Yeah. Keep up that a bit. Yeah, we ready? Yeah, we ready?
Okay.
Yeah. So we're back with you after the water break, and we'll have the youngster Luke Ali continuing from the far end. Played into the offside. No run. And they normally say the water break normally brings a wicket. Would it be lucky this time around for Trinidad and Tobago? They're badly in need of a wicket at this point.
Definitely, you're correct on both counts, Smitten. The disruption in play and perhaps settling in, focusing again, starting all over. Not as easy as persons would think.
Not a single picked up there by Beaujais. Beaujais, in the meantime, has gone on to 38. And Tumala, he's on 29. Gopal, in fact, is the bowler from the far end. And the Throws it a bit wide. Played. Oh my goodness, misfielded there at cover and allowing an extra run.
And you really can't make mistakes when it comes to any type of cricket, really, especially limited overs. And the Barbados 84 for 1 after 16 overs smitten, after losing the toss, and the Guyana asked them to bat.
So very similar there. That match being played.
That match being played over in Nevis.
In Nevis.
El Comido Willett Park.
Yeah, so very similar situation here also. Driven straight back and he's out, run out.
Very, very, very unfortunate, hard way to go. Smitten playing back, he was off his crease, anticipating the single, and the fielder, the bowler, getting a finger or hand onto it and going back to the stumps, and he was found wanting his boy, and he goes first wicket down. And would you attribute that to the water break, Smitten?
No, I would say no. Yes, it's close to the water break, but I think I suspect that the bowler was looking to field the ball, but he got a hand onto it and it went onto the stumps. And boy, who was out of his ground, was run out. And I'll tell you though, Troy, I do not have much sympathy for batsmen who likes to back up and get run out that way. Some people say it's unfortunate, but you know, I'm of the strong opinion that, you know, batsmen shouldn't be stealing those yards or inches on the fielding team. And if they get run out that way, well, so be it. I'm never in sympathy for batsmen to get out that way.
In this way, I share a little sympathy for the Whitechapel, as we call it, the man card. No,
it's a rule. There's no sympathy there from me either. It's a rule.
Yeah.
And I feel batsmen, when they're backing up, I mean, that is like cheating the rules.
It is, in my view.
And, you know, there's nothing said about it being spirit of the game when they do that. But when the bowler run you out, no, they speak about spirit of the game. But, you know, the rules are there. And, you know, I do not think batsmen should be stealing yards or inches, for that matter, on the bowling team.
It is just that, stealing inches, which is cheating, basically.
That's right. So the new batter is out there. He's Darshan Harry Babu. And he gets it into the offside. Another diminutive figure. Similarly built, just about the same height as Boje, who just departed. And the name itself suggests the background, Darshan Harry Babu.
And quickly, Smitten, the United States first team, they are 80 for 2 after 17 overs against Jamaica. They won the toss and they decided to bat first. That game is being played at Keon.
Played down to mid-on. He's thinking of a run. It's not on. So the United States team, they're doing quite well, these two teams.
Indeed. And the Windward Islands, they are 96 for 3 after 20 overs. And that game is over at Connery against the Leeward Islands, who won the toss and asked the Windward Islands to bat.
Seems to be a thing in the West Indies these days. We like to insert teams. Nicely played and nicely knocked down there by the captain. And he's all in tangles there.
All ends up.
Well, he ends up also.
And most correct, Smitten. Gone are the days when teams win toss and bat first. Sometimes you wonder about the madness when the pitch is in question, but the mentality, the philosophy, win toss, bat. No question about that, irrespective of condition of grounds and pitch, etc., which I have a different view to,
You know,
in terms of the conditions.
Once he's good, his bat, scoreboard pressure for me.
Exactly.
And more times than not, you find teams are being inserted, they make a big score, and the team who thinks that they could chase down anything, they struggle to get close to that score. Oh, is this another run out? A good return there.
Indeed.
As the batsman was looking for another existent single, but umpire remains unmoved. That's umpire Crawford. And so good cricket there by the Trinidad and Tobago team. And once more, you can hear them being very vocal out there. They've gotten a wicket. And they've gone back to chirping.
Which we didn't quite hear prior to that first wicket.
Well, prior, but a long time ago, ages ago.
And it's a funny thing, Smith. I am of the view that when things are not going well with you or your team, that is when you need the most motivation.
Nicely played into the offside. This time he gets an easy single up to cover.
And speaking about winning the toss and batting first, Mitten, down in Grenada, where the Aussies are playing the West Indies, I think the stats indicated that the 3 victories down there would have been by the team batting second. I'll have to confirm that. And that goes again against the grain of what we are saying, of course.
England, of course, locked in that test match with India. And, England, of course, a very confident team chasing any runs put on the board. Of course, in the first test match, they chased down that fairly large total with just a couple of wickets going down to beat India in that first test match. They won the toss again in this match, and they inserted India. Last time I looked at that score, there were 6 wickets down for 300 plus, 373 or thereabout. But here is one edge down towards the third man. It's gathering momentum, goes across the ropes 4.
A nice looking shot there. And of course the USA team would welcome the boundary. They've been inching their way going along. They've had a few before, having lost a wicket. But I would say, contrary to Smith, unfortunately by that route, however, they need to rebuild again and start over. A good foundation by the openers.
Yes, and here's one which was played into inside. Upal is bowling a good line and length, but we have not seen much turn from him as yet. Toss is up, and it's Tumala who plays it into the offside and gets a single.
Down in Grenada, Smitten, Australia won the toss and decided to bat. They are 61 for 3 after 16 overs.
Well, a good start there for the West Indies. Australia, of course, they seem to favor batting, especially against the West Indies. They seem to favor batting first.
Alzari Joseph, 2 for 10, 2 for 19 from 4 overs. Anderson Phillip, 1 for 8 from 3.5.
Anderson Phillip is playing, so who was the player left out?
I'll try to tell you in a moment. Brathwaite, Campbell, Carty, Brandon King, Hope, Chase, Graves, Anderson Phillip, Alzari Joseph, Shamad, Warwican, Jomel Warwican, pardon me.
Was left out?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. The vice captain of the West Indies team.
Interesting. But remember, the vice captain was also dropped. in Pakistan.
Oh, yes. Most definitely. Most definitely.
And he came back and he made tons of runs, basically, and can't get back into the team.
Well, I said interesting. Yeah, so I guess perhaps the West Indies would figure that track is, more based for fast bowlers,
yes.
more conducive to fast bowlers. So most likely it's a tactical move there by the West Indies team to go in with all the fast bowlers and leave all the spin bowling work to the captain Chase. But fast bowling continues here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. It's Ali who will continue.
And remember Craig Brathwaite, he brings over his hand and he spins as well as Casey Carty.
Well, you're talking about slow bowlers, not spinners.
Slow bowlers, not spin bowlers. Of course, there's a big difference. Would you consider Vivi Richards a spin bowler, a slow bowler?
Well, he was very effective. He was not,
Chris Gayle.
big on spin. They're not big on spin, but they held their own. They gave the fast bowlers good rest. They tied up and then quite nicely, and it worked quite well in those days. Driven, and it goes up to cover for single. So I'm very impressed by these batsmen from the USA, what I've seen so far. And Harry Babu, he has continued along the same vein as the two openers. He's playing it all along the ground. He's playing it nicely. He's playing it into the gaps. And this USA team is looking good so far with the batting.
Binozano 100 for 5 smitten against Leewards.
Okay, so Leewards would have picked up another couple of wickets there. So that, of course, would have just, up to this point, has justified them inserting the Windward Islands. So good going there for the Leeward Islands.
The USA won 88 for 2 as well.
Be careful how you say that, Troy. It sounds as if they have 1-8. The USA has 188 for 2.
English is a funny language.
It's a funny language. Be careful how you say that.
The USA number 1 team, they are 89 for 2 now.
You have to create a good space between there.
The Guyanese, they perhaps are wondering if they made the right decision over in Nevis, because Barbados, they are 106 for 1. So Kari Carter, the opener, he's 47 not out. And batting, they lost Micah Greenwich. I don't know if he's related to Gordon Greenwich. Perhaps they lost him for a run of ball 18.
Nicely played into the offside up to cover. Just a single to Bala. Of course, there are quite a number of Greenwiches in Barbados, not related.
And the Australian smitten, they have not been making too many runs in their last few matches. South Africa, the World Test Championship.
Australia, the batting to me over the last couple of years has been a bit on the brittle side. And it showed up in the World Test Championship match against South Africa, which they, of course, would have lost. And it has been showing up. The bowling has been bailing out Australia over the last couple of years. In fact, there's quite some concern in Australian circle about the top half of the batting, in particular that opening slot and number 3 slot, in which they have Cameron Green now. Labuschagne has been dropped from the team. And based on what the captain has been saying, it seems as though Cameron Green is locked in at number 3 for a while. Contest, of course, opening. Still looking for the ideal replacement for Warner, as this one is pushed into the onside by Tamala.
Smith was out the first match with a finger injury. And
in the air, straight 4. Good shot. Tossed up. And Tamala has been there for quite some time. Just played it nicely back over the bowler's head and down to the far side screen for 4. So Tamala, that shot would take him to 45. And 96 now for 1. And stayed. Oh my goodness, he's running down for a non-existent single as the fielder was moving smartly to his left from his position at backward point, and in the end he was able to get back. That was Riyand Mohammed, who really covered ground quickly and prevented a run and almost created a run-out opportunity.
And that call was really the non-striker's call, Smitten. So he should have been responding to the non-striker's instructions as opposed to charging down the track.
Question is whether or not the non-striker would have called. But in the end, he got back safely. And it's going to be Gopal once more. Edged. And it goes straight to the fielder there. Mohammed, who is at short third man, short backward point. The over comes to an end. It's 97 for 1.
Inching closer to the century, the Trinidadians and the Tumala, just a few runs short of his personal milestone of his first half century in this tournament. Of course, he will want to build on that, Smitten, and that is something we've find being happening with our West Indies cricketers. They get into the 50s, the 60s, they've done the hard work, but they tend not to go on.
Bowling change, so Basant comes into the attack. But this is really serious batting here by the USA batsmen. And they're very much in this contest. And as Shadow once sang some time ago, they've really come out to play.
And play seriously. They are not intimidated whatsoever by this Trinidad team. And they just here bat and bat and bat. Perhaps coming into this match as the underdog, but the way they're playing, there certainly aren't any signs of them being underdog.
Well, like I said, Troy, most of these teams come in as unknowns. So you really cannot take any team for granted. You cannot underrate any team because, you do not have stats and figures on a lot of these players. So you really, as a team, cannot take anything for granted.
At the end of the day, it's an 11v11 affair. And cracking that one backward of point, they'll only get 2. A nice bit of fielding by the man out there. A nice return as well, on top of the stumps, the keeper is lodging the bails, knocking the stump out, but Tamala was safely home.
Yes, good cricket all around. Nice shot down to backward point, well fielded there on the boundary, just inches away from the boundary. And a good, strong return right on top of the stumps. Keeper taking and completing the task by breaking the stumps. The only thing, though, the batsman was well home.
The USA #1 team They've brought up their century, 101, but they've lost another wicket. 101 for 3. The USA #1 team against Jamaica. And guiding that one, dissecting the backward point at the gully region. Picking up 2 runs is Tamala. And that brings up his half century. 50 from 70 balls with 4 fours. Opening the batting, Ariana Tumala. And his team will want him to go on spinning, bat to the end if possible.
I think that not only brought up his century, but his half century, but his team's century.
And it's the end of the over. And the clouds are dissipating.
Not clouds, Troy.
From our vantage point, that is.
It has been excellent, but seriously though, it has been an excellent day so far in terms of the weather. We did have some clouds around, but they were not the type of clouds you would associate with rain, white fluffy clouds, and most of those have gone now, but really an excellent day.
Indeed, a very good day for cricket. You were a teacher way back when in another life, Smitten. I remember you teaching mathematics. I don't know if you remember, you taught me when I was in first form. I don't know if that means you're that young or I'm that old. Going aerially out towards the boundary, stop just inside. Batter's only getting 2 runs there.
We're talking somewhere in the region of 1976 thereabout.
That's when I was in first
right.
form.
1976 thereabout, yes. 76, 75, 76?
76.
76.
I went to Sandy Point High in 76. Did you teach geography as well?
I think I did a bit, but that was not my specialty.
And this one played backward point. It will be 4 runs. Much to the content of the Trinidad team in the pavilion, cheering on their batter, that's Harry Babu. And he's now 6 is it? We're waiting for the adjustments. And here he goes. What a beautiful effort there, Smitten. Running, diving, outstretched arm, trying to effect a catch being played over the bowler's head.
Yes, a very good effort indeed, but the ball eluded him and ran away down to the long on bounce for 4.
Would you call that a chance, Minton?
Oh no, definitely not. That was just a very good effort there by the fieldsman.
He made it look like a chance because he really, really covered some grounds and he threw himself full length aerially like a goalkeeper. One on 7 for 1, the score goes on. And Harry Babu goes up to 11. And the chirping, as you mentioned earlier, there seems to have been a lull.
Yes, these two are settling down nicely once more. Oh my goodness.
The fielder recovered well there. Moving to his left, the ball dropped, turned to the right. But he was able to recover out on the long off boundary. And the batter knew he was there. So he didn't try to overhit it. Just picking up the single, it's the end of the over.
Just to go back a bit though, Troy. St. Paul's, this area here, just not too far from where we are at the moment. That's the very first place I taught. There was an all-age school just to our left, just some yards down the road. And this is where I actually did my first official job, I would say. I started teaching in 1974, September of that year. So St. Paul's is a place that always holds fond memories to me. And I've been back, more so to play cricket or to look at cricket. or
to commentate.
Or to commentate on cricket. So a place I'm very familiar with, St. Paul's. But, you know, nice little village. Quite a bit of support here for sports. And of course, as you would know, St. Paul's over the years has been one of the leading football teams in St. Kitts.
They are currently defending the St. Kitts Nevis Football Association's Premier League champs. They are defending. They are also the FA the champions, which is a match played between... giving away his wicket there. It doesn't come any easier than that, Smitten.
Doesn't, but I think he might have been deceived a bit by the bounce, though.
Yes.
From the off spinner, Basant. And, you know, it peeled off the top edge, the shoulder of the bat more or less, and went to first slip for a very easy catch.
They don't come any easier than that. He actually was, the batter was rising with the ball, and it popped up on him. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago will accept that any day at any time.
Perhaps the breakthrough that the Trinidad and Tobago team would have been hoping for. And it comes at a very good time, 113 now for 2. And they would be hoping, Trinidad and Tobago, to pick up some more wickets. The first wicket going, of course, to a bowler in this match so far. And one could bring 2, and 2 could also bring 3. And the batsman dismissed, of course, is the informed Tamala. And we see number 34. I think number 34 is going to the crease. He's also a right-handed batsman.
A very unfortunate, very soft out, I would really say. But Trinidad and Tobago will welcome them no matter how they come.
The force number 34 is the captain, Pali.
And he's picking up a single from his first delivery. And we were speaking about St. Paul Smitten, the President Cup. That's a match between the league winners for that season as well as against the FA Cup or the Knockout Cup champions. And St. Paul's, SL Horsford St. Paul's, they will be traveling to Trinidad and Tobago a little later this month, on the 26th, to take part in the CONCACAF Champions League.
The match between St. Paul's and Village Superstars, what match was that one?
That was an FA Cup final, and the Rams Village Superstars, they won that.
Okay, so the over comes to an end, though. And it's a good one for Trinidad and Tobago, an over in which they picked up the prize wicket of the set to Mala, who had gotten to his half century. And in fact, he got to 51. Prior to that, Boye was run out for 38. And we still have Harry Babode. He's on. They have started well. And they have just lost the 2 wickets so far.
And I'm certain that that's not what the coach wanted. He probably wanted Tobago to bat into lunch, which is just about 14 minutes away.
Is it lunch or they go down to the completion of the overs?
Forgive me, forgive me, Smith. I'm thinking before the test matches. Yes, they do. And thinking about that was the Australians are 78 for 3. So some recovery. Travis Head. He has been in some form. And slicing that one to cover point, picking up 2 runs. Clear distinct no from the batters, which is necessary in cricket. There's a tendency by some cricketers to actually put their hand up to say no. I don't subscribe to that form of communication. I prefer the verbal no, 1, 2.
Of course, there's always good understanding between some batsmen, and just the nod of a head, and they're off. He said that Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes, they were very good at this. Just the nod of the head, and they took off.
And that is when you actually know your partner, 1, and 2, you have confidence in your partner.
That one bounced a bit though, Troy.
Yes,
from the
popping up.
leg spinner.
Going through to the wicket keeper. Well left at the end of the day.
In fact, it's the vice captain, Rampasad, who is operating from that end.
And there's a former cricketer from out of the Old Road
No,
region.
my apologies. It's Bodo Still.
A former cricketer out of the Old Road region, the late Eric Williams. He would have said, good ball, better bat.
Yes, played with and against Eric quite a bit.
It's the end of the
Just,
over.
well, the late Eric Williams, of course. Not Eric Williams of Trinidad and Tobago fame, but of Newtown, Old Road fame.
Tiger Martin, Sandy Point. .116 for 2 after 24. The USA team number 2 after being asked to bat by Trinidad and Tobago. And the encouragement picking up again, Smitten.
Yes, based on, of course, picking up a wicket in his previous over. The off spinner. But what I've noticed, though, we have not had much turn from this pitch so far. We have seen a couple of deliveries bounce a bit, but not much turn. Good day from Basin, just tossing it a bit wider of the off stump, encouraging the batsman into a foul shot, but he played it well.
A little wider, very wide enough to be called a wide actually.
Yes, over playing his hand this time.
Perhaps trying to get the batter to come out more cross and play a rash shot. And these US players, Minton, they are not really playing rash shots.
It's a 50-over game, of course.
Just about approaching halfway. They are not seemingly in any rush.
Seems as though that one was put down, Troy. Played
Perhaps
back to the bowler in the air, and he seemed to have grasped it.
the reaction from the keeper So just something happened.
Of course,
Perhaps maybe just bouncing short of the bowler as well.
very
His back
difficult.
was turned.
Very difficult to tell. There's no way we have no means of having a look at that one at the moment. So, but it seemed very much like an opportunity there. But having said that, though, some 25 overs try, so lunch still a very long way off. We're just halfway there.
Yes, another halfway to go. 117 for 2. The USA team just dropping below 5 runs and over. And they've done well. At one point they were just about 3 runs and over. And they've been inching up, they've been crawling up.
Harry Babu seems to be getting a bit impatient, though.
Of course, his coach would not want his impatience to cause the team to lose another wicket.
We have seen teams getting good starts and then faltering.
And he's really going big over mid-wicket. Almost thinking it was a 61st six of the match, but signaled 4 by the umpire, who also signals 2 balls left.
Yeah, that's a very good shot. And he played it to perhaps one of the longest parts of the playing field. It was airborne, but it dropped well inside of the boundary and it was in the gap. And we see the adjustment being made now, mid-wicket being put in place.
He advances to 22. We had Tumala opening the batting. He was out for an even Steven 50 from 76 balls. Going aerially again, Smitten, and this time he will get 4 runs. Aerially on the other side, through extra cover, over extra cover.
Yes, another good shot. There was no fielder placed out there. There was a long off in place, and he played it into the extra cover region. In the air, of course, but very safe. And he picked up 4. So, good going here by the USA team. They continue to do well. And if anyone who would have thought that the USA playing here today against Trinidad and Tobago and would have thought that it would have been a walkover, well, it's far from that at this point.
Indeed. One wonders if the fielding team would have counted their eggs before they were hatched. At this stage, we're going to have them here and that. But I don't think they expected the US to be 125 for 2 after 26 overs.
Well, like I said before, you know, we come into this tournament, all teams are basically unknowns. I mean, you have players coming into the tournament for the first time. It's an under-19 tournament, of course. There would be players who would have played in the tournament previously. But generally, you do have a number of changes as players do move on. And of course, it's an age-restricted tournament. So once you get beyond that prescribed age, you would have to move on.
Edging that one to the slips. Only a single. From the under 19 level, Smitten, the next opportunities, apart from the A teams, would be the senior team. There isn't any more aged category between under 19 and the senior team. That is some big discussion happening in the football circles. Should there be an under 20 and under 21 when it comes to cricket?
Well, you must draw the line somewhere because next thing you'll be thinking in terms of under 25 and then under 30. So you need to draw the line somewhere.
Of course, one would expect by 23, 24, 25, one is in your senior team, national team, be it England, Australia. And obviously the idea is to have you been introduced to playing with the national team at a much younger age to give you a longer period with the team.
Yeah, so, I think under 19 is a good landmark. We know players have gotten into the senior teams well below the age of 19. Once they are good enough. But play continues here, and the USA continues to bat well, 129. It is now for 2. And we have just had some 27 overs completed. We have, and they're going at 2 openers, and they would be looking to rebuild at this point. The captain is there.
This tournament spent in the West Indies under 19, way back when it was basically being held between the Big Four, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Guyana, and Barbados. In 1993, that was the first time it was not held in any of those countries. And it was held in St. Kitts the first time. That's where Shandapal, a lot of Kittitians and Nivisians who came down would have seen Shandapal for the first time, who went on to make the West Indies under 19 team that year, along with Juni Mitchum of St. Kitts.
I would have remembered that tournament in 1993, but it doesn't seem to be that far back.
Exactly, seems just yesterday. And we're talking like what, 32 years since, 32 years on.
Yes, I could remember. I would have gone there to look at some of the matches. I would have seen Chandra Paul. I think matches were held in Vorchal's.
Correct. Sandy Point.
Sandy Point, And I think
Warner Park.
Warner Park, of course. And Connery wasn't in play that time.
Correct. I would have umpired in that tournament.
Well, you started in 1984, you said.
Yep. Got qualified in 1987.
Okay.
On this occasion, all the umpires are brought in. There isn't any Kittitian or Nivisian umpire being used. However, the match referee in this game is Thelma Gums. She is an umpire, a member of the St. Kitts Cricket Umpires Association.
Get the impression also that the match referees are generally from St. Kitts.
Yes. Stuart Daff Wannins, who played for St. Kitts. LaShawn Dixon, who is the manager for Keon Cricket Club, Keon Molyneux. He's also an executive member of the St. Kitts Cricket Association, being newly elected just over a month ago. And I'm missing a fourth.
I know normally Shane Jeffers does it.
Astro.
Oh, he's a match referee also?
Oh, in Nevis.
In Nevis, yes. Okay. Oscar Brown,
Oscar Brown, yes.
the mighty Astro.
Had a conversation with him. Last year, he indicated that the year before he indicated it was his last year in singing. However, he said too much pressure from the fans last year, so he came back for the last time, and in asking him if he'll be competing again for Culturama. He didn't say no, but he didn't say yes either.
Well, that explains.
Astro, the first Calypsonian from Nevis to win the national Calypso competition here in St. Kitts. And dabbing that one down to backward point. Only getting two. Two fielders would have converged on that. And not only did Oscar Brown win the first division to win the national Calypso.
Well, let me put it this way. You say first division, but I would say the first man from Brownhill. It's like saying the first competition.
Yes,
right?
national carnival.
You know, national carnival. So, well, you know, it's for some Nevis really, but.
And he also won it back to back.
Oh, there was a chance, but the return was poor. So, in the end, the batsmen were home safely. So, the USA Troy, they continue to march on quite nicely. 137 it is now for 2. And lots of overs to spare, just 2 wickets down. They are going at a rate of 4.73. And some 29 overs completed. And they've just lost the 2 wickets. Track, despite 1 or 2 deliveries, though, has played quite nicely. And perhaps Trinidad and Tobago might have thought that there might have been a bit more in it for them. So one is played to extra cover. And no. Okay. Yeah. So Rupal once more from the file. Draws away forces, but in fact they get a single. These ones seem to have lost. Yes, it's Mohammed. And a bit of fumbling. Single taken. Babu is defending this time, and this time it goes into the offside. So it's been hard work for Trinidad and Tobago. They have really struggled to pick up wickets. Played in the air, but safely. Goes up to wide, it's long on. Just a single.
I mentioned earlier, Smitten, that Guyana would have been wondering if they made the right decision, because they won the toss, asked Barbados to bat, and they were like 106 for 1. The score is now 158 for 4 after 29.3 overs.
Yeah, so the quick wickets fall in there. And the USA, they would have to be careful here also that they do not lose any wicket, any further wickets in the near future. They're off to a very good start.
Perhaps would have liked to have heard that bit of advice from them, because they were going good. They are now Nelson for 8, 111 for 8.
Oh, that's a major collapse.
Exactly, 27.3 overs.
They were 101 for?
101 for 2, or thereabout.
So they have lost 6 wickets for 9 runs.
Yep.
That's catastrophic.
They want,
Forced into the offside.
100 for 2 and then 100 for 3. They lost their 3rd wicket at 100, 4th at 101. And the Windward Islands all out for 124 Smitten in 29.4 overs. So that's going to be a very, very early day for the Leewards.
Yeah, that's another collapse there.
They were 2 for 92.
That's a major collapse.
So they've lost something like 8 wickets in 32 runs.
Yeah, so it was the main destroyer there for the Leeward Islands.
Micah McKenzie, 9.4 overs.
Oh, well, that's not surprising.
One maiden, 36 runs.
Edge pass slip goes down towards the third man boundary, and they will pick up some runs here. 2, in fact. So you were saying Micah McKenzie.
5 for 36 from 9.4 overs. with
Not
one
surprising
maiden.
by any means.
Third change. And Kunal Tilokani, 3 for 13 from 4 overs with one maiden.
Tilakani, of course, Kitishan. Micah McKenzie, of course, from Antigua. Beaten outside the off stump by one. It's straightened from Basant and taken behind by the keeper. Micah McKenzie, who had a very good breakout league there in Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, he was the top wicket taker.
And the Windies have just picked up their 4th wicket. Australia now 93 for 4.
So West Indies doing well there. We know that the West Indies bowling can hold its own in any circle. Problem with the West Indies though, it's the batting that has been a headache. But 142 it is for 2 here. And we have had some 31 overs completed. In fact, 143, according to the manual scoreboard. So, a good bit of rebuilding here by these two. Batsman to go so far, Tumala. He scored 51. Tossed up, driven in the air. Wonderful catch there taken by the captain, it looks like, Joseph. Not Joseph, Toppin. Good running catch.
Running from cover to basically, running from cover to mid-off position. And the ball was, he and the ball were moving in the same direction, Smitten. Not the easiest of catch to take at all by any standard.
Wonderful catch indeed. There's a name that we might be more familiar with going out, Samuel. More of a West Indian touch to that name. But the batsman departing that time would be Harry Babu, and he went for a well-played 36.
Showed a little impatience, okay. But you still have to play each ball on its merit, not because you're looking for runs.
19 overs is a lot of overs left, you know, Troy.
Indeed. And you can't make ones in the pavilion. And we've seen teams crumbling at this level in the other games. Windward Islands all out for 124.
Yes, 1 wicket normally bring 203, and we see it happening here now, where 3 wickets have gone down, and batsmen who had gotten good starts have been dismissed. The 2 openers, along with the recent dismissal of Dash and Harry Babu.
Again, apart, all 3 batters doing the hard work, Smitten, but not going on. 51 to just going. So I think Trinidad would really enjoy this part of the game because at 31 overs, they have 2 new batters at the crease.
Spinners, though, they have brought...
Relatively new, that is.
They have brought back Trinidad into the game. They have picked up a couple of wickets between them. They have kept things fairly tight, tossed up, and defended. And spinners has been, you know, for Trinidad and Tobago, the spinners have been a bit more difficult for the USA batsmen to score off runs. So another over comes to an end.
.144 for 3 after 32 overs, Having a good start, 1 for 70, 1 for 78, 2 for 113.
So Bassant will continue. Nicely played into the extra cover region. Topping again, doing a bit of a rollover out there at extra cover. He seems to. So Samuel will take his first delivery here from Bassant. Keeps it out, keeps it. Just gets it square of the wicket on the outside. And there's no chance of a run. So adjustment to the field for Samuel, who's in the batsman. He's been taken from the long on boundary and being brought into mid-on inside the circle. This one is outside off and no shot played there by the batsman. So cover is sweeping. There's a deep mid-wicket, just about 3/4 way out. More of a square leg, I would say.
Trinidad somewhat with their tails heading up towards their backs. Pulling back the reins somewhat.
So Bassant once more. Outside the off stump, Samuel is not playing a shot. And through it goes to the keeper. Keeper Christian Lal. Going through to the keeper. As the over comes to an end, it's 146 for 3.
Inching along steadily, these two have to do some rebuilding and really at the same time have to keep the scoreboard ticking, and perhaps the coach still would want them to start getting on with things at this stage.
Well, they are two relatively new batters. Crease on 10, he has faced some 23 deliveries so far. And these two are looking to settle in as this one is defended by Harry Pali. It goes back to Budu, who fields to his own bowling. Forces up to cover. Cover is about halfway out towards the boundary. There's enough time for a run. And I like to see, so often we have seen captains allowing easy singles to new batsmen. Turns it into your onside.
A very diminutive figure of Samuels, the keeper. No doubt thinking, well, inviting him to try and not only pace the field.
Ali, who is just outside the 30-yard circle at extra cover. One of those two extra cover, and there's no run. Outside off once more, through to the keeper. No shot being played there by Samuel. So the pressure is kept on Samuel. He's yet to score a run. Looking for his first run. Offside, the umpire calls for the water cat, and we'll use the opportunity to take a water break also. And of course, the USA in a fairly comfortable position at this moment. They are 146 for 3. And we have had some 34 overs bowled. Currently, they are going at a rate of 4.29 runs per over. And so far, they have lost to Marla for 51. Boye, he scored 38, and Ari Babu, 36. Wicket takers, of course, Basant 1 for 17 and Budu 1 for 20. It's Basant who is bowling his second delivery of this over, which is quietly turned into the onside, no run. At the crease at the moment for the USA, the captain, he's there, taking strike. The captain, of course, Ari Pali, he's not out on 11. And Jeremy Samuels, who has been there for some 13, he's faced 13 deliveries so far. He's yet to score. So we have had the second water break of the day. Sun is out, of course, but it's been quite breezy. Forces up to cover for a single. Ari Pali.
Of course, he will have to lead from the front. Having got a good start, they now have to build on it. Two questions, Smitten, before the start of the match. What do you think would have been the target score for the US? And at this stage, what do you think that target score will now be?
Well, it's very difficult for me to say, because my surmising would have been based on what I would have known of the US team. And, but based on how they have been playing though, I would say that, their target score would have been anything in the region of 300 runs. It's a 50-over game, of course. And anything below 250, they would not be happy with. Forces up to extra cover for a single. And having said all of that, though, they certainly have the base to get a very good score. Anything within the region of 275, between 275 to 300 runs. They still have wickets in hand. But having said that, I do not know what is left in terms of batting to come for the USA. But certainly, based on how they have been playing this game, they've played it with a lot of confidence. Short, mid-off, and a very short extra cover. Interesting field placement there.
Very
on the offside.
Very interesting, putting a little more pressure on Samuel.
We see the umpire having some words with the captain there. Topping.
I think it's a 10-yard, I'm not too certain, 10, 15-yard off the batters. And if they're going to get that certain close, they'll have to be wearing helmets. Again.
Well, let's put it this way. It's not a question of that you are not allowed. I think you said they're not allowed. It's mandatory that you wear a helmet.
Correct. I think that is what the umpire was telling him. That's the captain.
I think he's in a safe range, though.
And the field basically retreats for the captain, so to speak.
So, of course, Samuel has gotten his first run. He's off the mark, and he must be a much happier man. So the over comes to an end. And it's 159 for 3.
And the umpires having a word with each other. Umpire Foster, Robert Foster from Jamaica, Shannon Crawford from Trinidad and Tobago, and only a few decades back.
Driven, but to extra cover, no run. Think it's you're part of that fraternity, umpiring fraternity, so perhaps you can have a word with him during the luncheon interval. This one is played up to square leg.
And speaking of lunch, the Aussies 93 for 4. They are having lunch. The first day of the second test match being played at the National Cricket Stadium down in St. George's, Grenada, the Spice Isle.
Fletcher and other cricketers. He's hitting this one out towards whitish long on. The fielder is quickly around. That's
applauded by his teammates. And the cap
fence this time, and one gets the impression that the captain is looking to up the tempo a bit. Of course, this is a 50 over match, and with just some 3 wickets down, they are now 152 for 3. And he has been there for some time, so perhaps looking to step up a bit. Who fields, and there's no run, so over comes Stone End, and it's 152. Another 14 overs remaining. In fact, another 13 overs remaining. So we have had some 37 overs completed. 13 overs, 3 wickets down, Troy. How do the USA approach it from here on?
13 overs. If you start at 5 runs and over, that's going to give you what, 65? 65 and 1, that's just over 150. That's just carrying it a little over 215, and it would have been a much nicer score.
So Racha comes back from the far end, one of the opening bowlers, of course. Places Budu.
The United States 133 for 8. 34.1 overs.
Bit of a late recovery, and through it goes to Lal.
They've started their chase towards 125 for victory. They are now 15 without loss. Caden Francis of St. Kitts opening the batting along with Kunal Tilokani, also of St. Kitts. 7 for Francis, 3-2 Tilokani.
Boundary here does so now as it crosses the ropes, and 4 runs to Samuels. Just opening the face of the bat and staying it down.
Just guiding it, basically caressing it through the slips.
And try the... Is it? Right ahead of us? Seems as though you have to change your glasses, Troy. There's that outline.
Yes, I'm seeing it. I was trying to look. I know I'm...
So Rasher bowls a short lifting one. Nicely played there by Samuels. He gets it down to third man and picks up a run.
And clearly he seems not to be intimidated by he's there to, of course, pick up the runs, but help his captain to guide this team.
Cuts at, misses, it goes through to the keeper. Lal takes no run. There's a third man on one. Mid-wicket back on the boundary. Straightish mid-wicket, and there's a short fine leg. Aripali goes back to the bowler who picks up, fields, end of the over, 157 for 3.
And the The USA, they are moving along steadily, having lost just 3 wickets. Their counterpart, the USA #1 team, they have lost 8. However, they are rebuilding steadily. And patience, that seems to be one of the stronger traits of these. Of course, with a limited overs competition, you can't have too much patience. You have to be patient, but you can't have too much because it's all about getting runs. And these days, even if they were to get to 300, 6 runs and over, captain coming back to Samuels and they got you for a quick one. I'm remembering, Smitten, the one-day international between South Africa and Australia, was it? Where South Africa made 424.
Yeah, definitely, yes, definitely.
That was interesting. Your most runs didn't last a day.
Of course, when you're chasing 400 runs, the mindset is that you don't really have anything to lose and you're going to go out there. The situation is created. And
don't score above that. Even though we have seen teams defend 120 plus. Playing each shot on merit. He's still there, which is important. He's climbed it to 7. He gets another single, takes him on to 8. And he seems to be enjoying himself, Samuels, sporting the #2 jersey. And I suspect they would have gotten some pep talks from Jones, the big name for the USA in the World Cup last year here in the West Indies. Getting a single going down to the fine leg region is the skipper.
yes, Jones a big name, but he has been struggling of late. I think in a recent match he would have gotten a half century, but since that epic 100 against Canada in the World Cup, he has been struggling a bit. Jones, of course, originally from Barbados. But I've been impressed, though, by the performance so far of the United States team. We have not seen them bowlers yet. Of course, this is only the first day of this under-19 tournament, but they've batted quite well.
And the captain going for a big heave. Missing that. Canada Smitten. They've actually booked their place for next year's World Cup.
Yes, and congratulations to Canada. Of course, I saw Ingle Libert posting on Facebook. He's very much involved in cricket in Canada.
Picking up 2 runs from a missed field. Taking the underpart of the bat, the captain. Going down to 3rd man. Ingle being from St. Kitts, a former president of the St. Kitts Cricket Association. Played for, was it Hainsmith when he was here?
Yes, I think it was Hainsmith. I'm not too certain. But of course, he would have played for Canada also. But he's a good shot, though, Troy.
Yes, snapping that one, square on the offside, getting a boundary, the captain. You said earlier, he's showing the intent of getting on with things, and that he'll want to lead from the front. Arapali. And going again for the big drive, missing it.
I think it's more like 10 overs left after this one, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll have to look at that. Scoreboard is saying 146 for 3. Actually 34 overs, so there seems to be an error somewhere.
Well, I'm basing it on the manual scoreboard, which seems to be moving along quite nicely. Sometime back we were saying 13 overs remaining. So I think the scoreboard, I mean, it's a bit behind time in terms of being updated.
See the score, so 168 for 3 from the end of 40 overs.
Yes, that's more like it.
So we're now entering the final power play. They're allowed to have 5 fielders outside the circle. And that's something I've noted with these power plays, Mitten.
There you have it. So that's confirmation that there's just 10 overs left coming from the umpire. Yeah. So you were saying?
Often I've seen, then they ease off the pressure. The first power play, you have just 2 players outside. The second power play, you have 4. And then they just start spreading the field. And I'm like, but why? If you have them under the pressure, they're not getting the ball over, keep the pressure, not because you can put another 2 players outside the circle.
Perhaps I would have mentioned earlier, Ron, that sometimes, and they tend not to go outside of the plans they have, but you know, as a captain, as a team, you have to be flexible.
Based on what is happening in front of you.
Definitely.
You have to manage the moment. And Samuel, he's going to be facing the keeper after that single.
Trinidad, though, I think if you look at the field right now, for Samuels especially, they have many runs saving positions, looking to save the singles. They're not conceding. There's a mid-on, there's a mid-off in place, and they're asking him to go over the top if he wants to. So
they don't expect mighty heaves from him, but they're inviting him if he fancies his chances.
Now we see the long off retreating for the captain, Arapali. Fielder goes right back on the boundary, Ali. Midon still is captain though. There's a backward square, long leg, right back on the boundary.
Skipper trying to dig that one in. Not really getting the height that he anticipated he wanted. And he'll have to work another time. Both skippers actually, the bowling skipper and the batting. And it looks like Arapali, the batting captain, he really wants to get a big shot, but he's not connecting. Skipper is making bringing in the other fielders as well. The mid-on comes into a very short mid-on, the mid-off, the mid-wicket short. And he's just walking it off the body, Samuel. Standing up straight, just turning it around the corner. And he will have to face the next over because it's the end spin, 172 for 3 from 41 overs.
Yes, quick water break here taken by the players, not official water break, of course. And seems as though we're going to have a bowling change from the far end, though. Of course, it's hot out there. But nevertheless, I don't think it's as hot as it appears to be, because we've been having a stiff breeze all day long so far. Nice cooling breeze blowing across the field. So,
the second American team, Smith, they've put on a 50 partnership for the 9th wicket. So they have done some recovery, 159 for 8.
it's very good indeed.
The wicketkeeper batting at number 4. He's looking at his half century, 43 not out from 66 balls. And with him, the number 10 on 14 from 37 balls not out. So quite a nice piece of recovery there from both of them.
But in the meantime, down in between time, we do have that bowling change at the far end.
Trinidad and Tobago, they've used 7 bowlers so far. The captain driving square. A very nice stop by the fielder at backward point. Probably would have yielded about 2 runs. Going eerily, fielder is settling on it. However, he watches it sail over for the first 6 of the match. He took his time, he looked at it, but then he realized, hey, no, I'm not that tall. And the skipper bringing up the first 6 in the match. Very well played, very well timed.
Yes, a good hit there by Aripali. And of course, they always tell you, you put your tallest fielders in those positions, especially at this stage of the game.
He definitely wasn't tall enough on that occasion, but he approached it perhaps in the correct way. He took his time, looked at it, but then he realized, no, I needed to be about perhaps 2-3 feet taller than I am. And here's Arapelli going square, a single on this occasion. They really need to push down on the pedal. $180 for 3. Make that 181. Nice, sensible batting here by these American youngsters. Not really taking too many risks.
Well, it's happy hour time though for the captain. Aripali realizes that he needs to push on a bit at this point. They have a good start. They have a good total on the board, 177 for 3 wickets in hand. And we saw the first 6 of the match in that over, an indication that he's looking to be on the attack and looking to push things on a bit, which is anticipated at this point. He has gone on to 33. Very good start for him so far. So he certainly in a position to push on at this point.
And nicely played by Samuel, standing upright, bringing it down in the prescribed manner, eyes on the ball. And the close-knit field for Samuel.
What needs to happen here too is that Samuels needs to give his captain more of the strike. He needs to rotate, pick up the singles.
And he goes early this time. First time we see him doing that. He goes square, he gets 2, considering 3, but the fielder runs around from a backward point position and limits the batters to 2.
So who am I to say that he should give his captain a strike?
First sign of aggression we've seen from him. Perhaps obviously the captain should know him. And very soft dismissal. I thought I heard something smitten. The ball rising, trying to guide it over the slips, coming off perhaps of the glove, straight into the keeper hand, and really only the bowler appeared to have appealed.
Well, he's on his way, and the batsman himself never seemed to be in any doubt as to whether or not he had played it. So he makes his way off. So handy wicket for Trinidad and Tobago to pick up at this point.
Is that a good thing for Trinidad and Tobago?
Yes. I mean, any wicket counts at the moment. I think Trinidad and Tobago, of course, could be just psychological. Of course, they would like to see the back of the USA captain. But, Samuels was there. He was there for a few deliveries. And, to bring a new batsman in, I think it would work to the advantage of the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Well, we'll have to see at the end of the day. Some teams would prefer to have a batter there who isn't really getting on with it much. And yes, there was the first sign of aggression from Samuel. He picked up 2 square. But we'll have to wait and see how this one works out. And there's no rain in Grenada smitten. That match hasn't resumed since lunch.
Well, I think the weather report, so those regions was suggesting that there might be some tropical waves in the area over the next couple of days. So that's not surprising that we have some rain there in Grenada.
That's going to be a wide. Well taken by the keeper down the next side. The Leewers, they've lost their first wicket at 22, but they're now 31 for 1. Caden Francis, he made 1. And the skipper really putting his all into it as Basu. A little taller than Samuel. A little more body as well.
Okay.
And the plan should be as much as possible give the captain the strike. Easier said than done, of course. Signal another wide. 2 wides so far in the over. The captain drifting down the leg side. Somewhat quiet out there. Looking at the flaps of the tent. There's still a breeze. And the Basu getting a single, getting off the mark, but more importantly, giving his captain the strike with some 3 balls remaining. They'll probably be looking at 240, 250, anywhere between them, maybe 260, according how the going gets smitten.
Yes, but here's a good shot though, but just a single.
They really need to up the tempo much more. Barbados cruise it along, so to speak, 29 for 5. To 31 for 5, pardon me. And no doubt they will be eyeing 275 to 80, 90. The USA number 1 team 164 for 9. And these are other under 19 games, in case you're just joining us, happening around the St. Kitts and at Keon Connery, here at St. Paul's, and over at El Comido Willett Park in Nevis. The skipper, he's driving to the covers, looking for 2. He hustles and he gets it, showing clearly that he wants to be the man on strike. And why not? We just have a new batter coming into the crease.
He has shown that he's been able to strike the ball well. He has hit the only 6 of the match so far.
There is going square again. Picking up just the 1-1 on this occasion. And the batter will be facing for the first time from this end. Picking up perhaps a leg guard. Field more evenly spread. Towing it down, picking up a single, putting his captain on strike. Going eerily is he. Going to the extra cover, picking up a boundary. No, he doesn't. The ball slows up. A big area there, a big boundary. They, however, pick up 2. Two balls left. The normal strategy in this game, Smith, at this stage, yes, you might want a 4-6 1-1s. However, I'm going again in the same region, a little straighter this time, and getting 4 on this occasion. Ironically, that was closer to the fielder spin, and he was able to get 4. The fielder from a wide long off, running around to an extra cover on the boundary position, but not getting there in time. So it's another 4 to the captain. And the USA total matches on. They are now They are now 96. We're thinking time to increase it a notch even further.
Yes, good going there by the USA captain, and as you rightly said, looking to take it a notch even further. Score at this point 187 for 4. And he himself, the captain, Pale, he's on 33 at the moment. So, in a position to really go for brokes at the moment, we have just another 6 overs or so left. And you see spin being brought into the attack from the pavilion end. And it's Mohammed being brought into the attack. You said earlier on, Troy, that they would have used some 7 bowlers before.
And that one going backwards square, one bounce into the boundary, Smitten. The captain, perhaps he heard us about stepping it up a notch, and that he's certainly doing.
Wonderful shot though, flicked down to backward square. Yeah, bone just falling just short of the boundary, and well played indeed there by the captain.
And picking up a run here, they're going to be looking for two, Smitten. It's wide. Throw comes in from the keeper, also wide. Picking up 3 runs from that ball, 1 for the wide and 2 extras for running.
Well, almost everyone has bowled so far for Trinidad and Tobago.
Just a single on that occasion. And the important thing is to try and get at least 1 run from every ball, knowing that a 2 off may very well come. And of course, you can't get overzealous about that. The Trinis, the Trinbagons, they are marching on. So forgive me, the US, they are marching on. And that's going to be another wide again.
No, the bowler there, Mohammed, is coming for his first over towards the tail end of the Trinidad and Tobago's innings. I wonder if that's a very wise move. So far, we have seen him having issues with his direction. He has been splaying it down the onside.
Very hopeful, very optimistic. Catch him now. Find the skipper down here at the long off boundary. But that was a lot of optimism more than anything. That's a very good observation, Smitten. With the last few overs remaining, you would want to bring in somebody who has been bowling already, as opposed to introducing a new bowler. This thing has gotten to such an art now that you have death bowling specialists. And that is the 50 for the captain. As the USA draws closer to the 200 mark. Actually, that is 200 spin. If I'm seeing correctly.
Yeah, so the scoreboard showing 209 for 4. And we have just another 5 overs left in this inning so far. 5 overs left. Can they manage to get at least 10 runs for overs? The 275, 300 seems to be a long way off now.
Imaginary at that point.
They seem to have lost their way a bit, though, the US. And I think the spinners for Trinidad and Tobago would have done a wonderful job to peg things back a bit. So 5 overs, 209 we see on the board. Captain, of course, has gone to his 50, and let us see how much runs they can get from the remaining 5 overs and give them a total. It's already a workable total for the USA. And starting the tournament well, getting past 200 runs. And yes, it's just over 200 runs at this point, but Trinidad and Tobago would have to bat well. And we see from the far end, Ali comes back, right arm medium paces, and seems to be bowling around the wicket.
And you know the adage, runs on the board already, runs on the board, smitten.
Yes, as a quick single is taken here by Basu, and he's run out.
Actually, it's a brilliant attempt, diving desperately, but
Well,
he was able to get back.
Seemed to have been stranded at one point,
Yes,
but he got back quite nicely.
Nice piece of work by the keeper, nice stroke. Could have been a little better, but he lives to fight another day. That's Basu. Having 6 wickets in hand at this stage. Ooh,
That's pretty close to wide, that
very
one.
close to a wide.
But of course,
On the offside.
the umpires are in the best position. But, you know, I think we might have been deceived a bit by the angle. The bowler is coming from around the wicket and he's angling it across the batsman. So perhaps it might have passed just inside that guideline and moved further away. So the umpire in the best position to see. Here we see one angled across. So it's a definite ploy here by Ali, bowling from the far end. He is coming around the wicket, right arm around the wicket, and he's angling it across the captain, Aripali of the USA, and he has been successful so far in preventing Aripali from scoring.
Some persons may very well refer to that as hiding the ball, so to speak, putting it just in that area. And he goes again for it.
Not a good delivery. And you might call it hiding the ball, but Trinidad and Tobago would say it's good bowling. And the umpire is not calling him. It's passing well within the guideline, just within the guideline. So this is good tactics here by the bowler. And so often you see this, especially in T20 cricket, coming towards the end. In fact, in the death overs, where bowlers tend to, this one is on target this time and played into the offside, just a single. So often we have seen it. And we have seen bowlers missing their direction at times, but the ploy in those instances is to go just wide of the off stump and ask the batsman to fetch it, and it has worked well. So Ali will continue from the far, and he makes his way in. Oh, and the batsman moved this time. He's asking the umpire for wide, but he certainly moved across. And you being an umpire yourself, you know if the batsman moves, the line moves also.
You can't make a good ball wide, but you could make a wide ball good, which
That's
is what
right.
happened on that occasion. Had he stood his ground, it would have been a wide.
Most
But he
definitely.
went out to meet it, so it passed well within range. And it's the end of the over. And the message going out from the Trinidad dressing room, we're collecting the helmet. And perhaps no message, perhaps contented with how things are going. The Trinis, we're into the final overs. And the death bowling spin,
Well,
bowling at the death has become a
well,
specialized area now.
we saw Ali doing a very good job in that previous over. I think he might have conceded just 2 runs in that over, which was fantastic. And now the experiment with Mohammed has come to an end, and the opening bowler, Russia, has been brought back into the attack. And for the first time today, we are seeing Russia from the pavilion end. Here, of course, would have had 2 spells from the far end, or the Caribbean Sea end. So he's been brought from this end. And he's going over the wicket, outside the off stump, driven up to cover. And they're hustling back for the second run. The return is in. Stump's broken, but the batsman safely home for 2. So good running there by the 2 batsmen, Basu and the captain, Aripali.
Definitely putting on the pressure. It's really crunch time. One normally call this period happy hour, but perhaps no one told the US batters that it is a happy hour period.
Aripali gets a short one, pulls it into the onside, and we'll get at least 2 quite easily.
Barbados, they are now 250 for 6 minutes from 45.3 overs.
Good score there, and could get some more. In the air, out to cover, single.
USA number 1 team, 184 for 9. Tremendous recovery after 44.3 overs.
Oh yes, that's certainly a tremendous recovery by the USA team indeed. And after, as you rightly put it, they were in the doldrums, and they managed to pull themselves out. Asher bowls them, playing all around it, and being bowled. Looks like it struck the leg stump, Basu, and the ball carried up right in the black hole. So Trinidad and Tobago really keeping things in check here towards the end of the innings.
Definitely trying to come across his stump to work it into the onside as opposed to playing it on its merit, and completely missed it, lock, stock and barrel. However, the ball didn't miss the stump, and he was bowled. Another Trinbagan wicket goes down as we are coming closer to the end of the first innings. The Leeward Islands, they are now 51 for 3. Just before that ball smitten, 51 for 2. They're now 51 for 3, chasing 124 for victory.
So it seems to be a bit synchronized with what's happening here. Wicket going down just about the same time.
And the rain has subsided in Grenada, allowing play to resume. The Australians 110 for 4.
Lots of interest, though, in that match going on in England. We haven't had an update on that recently, and perhaps I'll try to get an update on that test match going on there in England. And, you know, the Indians, of course, coming on to the kosher after losing that first test match. And some pundits are saying that India, rather than looking for a team that is going to take 20 wickets. But, oh, that's a good one there by Russia. It really took off to the new batsman, Kappa. And beat him all ends up and through to the keeper.
Left-hander, Smitten. And whereas in the past you would have had left-handers and right-handers in the team, now there's an art, there's a science in when you would want.
But this one is played into the onside, or he throws it back into the field, and the batsmen are back for a second run.
And with that field, when it comes to the catches, I think there's some consideration to change it. Fielders who go out and catch the ball, throw it up a bit. And
well, I think is the bunny hop is the one that they're referring to. there would be some changes to the bunny hop. And I don't know if you're familiar with the bunny hop.
I came across it.
But I think there have been some rule changes to playing conditions by ICC, which would go into effect shortly, but there are some further changes. And rule changes in terms of one-day cricket also, in that they would use, I think, 2 balls for the first, I think it's the first 30 overs, but I'll confirm that, and then the captains will select which ball they want to finish the overs with. But lots of changes going on in cricket. Here we go again. Outside, and this time he goes for 4. He peeled off the outer portion of the bat and ran down to Feinberg. Should have been stopped by Basant. He got a hand to it and the ball ran away into the boundary for 4. And my word, Troy, India very much on top in that test match. India scored 587. And England now 67 for 3. So India going on this time and they're picking up wickets. And that, of course, without just Bumrah. Outside the off stump, driven out towards cover, single. They're thinking of a second, it's not on. So for England, Harry Book is there on 23. And Joe Root is on 16. Jack Crawley went for 19, and Duck, Ali Pope Duck also. And just to give you some details, we know Yashwal made 87. The captain, Shunman Gill, 269, leading from the front.
That's a lot of batting, yes.
Jaded, he made 89 and had that wonderful partnership. I think it was a double century partnership between he himself and his captain. And he scored 89. Sundar was brought into the team. He scored 42. 587. He's going far across. No, in fact, it's called now. The white call now by the umpire. That one outside the leg stump. And so far, Akash Deep, the man who has been brought into the team for this test match, he has taken 2 wickets, and Mohammad Siraj has taken 1 wicket. So India looking to fight back. They lost the first test match as Ali. This one is driving, comes from the bottom portion of the bat, goes into a wideish mid-on position, and the single is taken. So we are winding down. We are coming towards the end. Another 2 overs after this one. 5 wickets down. Captain is there. Aripali is on 61. It's 220. Outside the off stump, flashed away, peels off the outer portion, fumbled there by Basant, and the batsmen are back for the second run.
The US really getting on with it here. Maybe a little too late. However, runs are coming. They have 5 wickets in the bag still.
I think the US will be kind of disappointed, though, with the total they're heading to. Oh, quick single.
Very interesting indeed. Perhaps coming off the back of the bat and just dropping between the wicket keeper and the stumps. And the skipper was already halfway down the track, Smitten calling the single, where the striker, he was trying to figure out where the ball was. The wicketkeeper reacting, got the ball, sent it down to the bowler's end, but he missed, lock, stock, and barrel.
So Ali, this one is played up to long on, just a single.
And speaking of India smitten, about 2 years ago, my uncle in New York, Neville Weeks, he told me India are going to have a serious problem with their bowlers. He said they're going to be okay with the batting. They have a lot of good batters, young batters coming on stream, but the bowling department will be a problem, especially with Bumrah out when he comes to the end of the road.
I don't think they really have a problem with bowlers at the moment. I think the problem with India is that they're not picking the right team. They have a top class spinner in you'd have, and they're not picking him. They're opting to go for batsmen who could bowl a bit and that sort of thing. But I think, Yadav could easily be into that team for all matches.
Could it be disciplinary?
It is not. It's just that that's the way they're going. But here's a good shot.
Second six of the
By
match.
Kappa. And it goes away for 6. So this is good for the USA. As one, Karthik, for example, past Indian player, he said that India, they're not picking a team to take 20 wickets, but they're picking a team to make a lot of runs. And if you can
Take 20 wickets.
Take 20 wickets, it does not make sense to make a lot of runs. Driven into the offside by Kappa, he gets a run, he's thinking of a second, they're going back for it, and they get it quite easily. The turn is a poor one.
And they get a third.
From Basant, and there's a third one taken. Oh my goodness. The keeper is wringing his hands. That one certainly stung him. So, runs being given away here by Trinidad and Tobago. The runs are on the board. And they would have to bat out of their skins to get these runs. I don't think they're going to get these runs that easily. Of course, we have not seen the USA's bowling as yet. And a lot is dependent on that, the way the USA team bats. But we just have to wait and see. Captain seems to be a bit winded at the far end. He has been there for some time, and he settles now. Gets one outside the off stump, and it goes under the bat and goes through to the keeper, Lal. Takes behind.
So the Trinis, no doubt they would want to put a little more in the basket. And like I said, it's been perhaps a little disappointed with the score.
Oh, here's one struck back to the bowler. Batsman thinking of a run. And the bowler feels well, sends a throwback, misses everything, but he's backed up nicely there at short fine leg. Throw well off target.
2 balls left in this over. The penultimate over.
Drives, it goes down from the bottom of the bat down to long on. Not well timed, and just a single.
And the intention is very good. The execution is not yielding too many runs.
So Kappa, who has struck the second 6 in this inning so far, is driving into the offside. They're quickly back for the second run. This has been good, aggressive running by the USA team.
Yes, indeed. Making the decision early, communicating, reassessing, and yes, let's go to the second. Clear communication. We are hearing them clearly from our vantage point. So
final over coming up. And
Could they get 20 from this run, this over, Smith?
No, 20 you said. You're thinking in terms, I'm wondering if they could get another, I think the score is 240. Another 10 runs to take them to 250.
So I'm being overly ambitious.
Overly ambitious. I think 10 runs is a more reasonable target, but who knows? Ali, once more, outside the half stump. This one will be called wide. Very wide indeed.
Extremely wide. And the skipper wouldn't want that at this point.
Well, that's extra. That's an extra ball, an extra run.
And it's the informed captain. He has the strike.
Caught at short extra cover. Foolish delivery and played straight to the man at extra cover. And this captain goes for well played knock, being congratulated there by Lal on his way out. And Trinidad and Tobago getting a very important wicket at this point, a crucial wicket at this point. He runs, but
very unlikely.
My 10 runs at this point seems to be a bit threatened. 241 it is for 6, the USA. And this has been a good showing by the USA team number 2.
They will be disappointed, I think. However, they will consider themselves, well, a reasonable performance. Their counterparts, USA 1, they have been all out for 209. A very good comeback, if you ask me. Very, very good comeback. After being 108 for 9.
It's very good indeed.
That
so Ali will continue. And here is this one being played into the onside by Zai. And he picks up a single. So he's off the mark immediately and puts Kappa back on strike.
The Aussies are now 124 for 5, Smitten. The Aussies, Jaden sees 1, Shamar Joseph 1, Anderson Phillip 1.
Okay.
Alzari Joseph still 2.
Played quietly into the offside for a single. And so the third run in this over so far. 243 now for 5, according to the manual scoreboard. For 6, sorry.
So it looks like your 10 runs won't be threatened. It's maybe not.
Outside the off stump, and if the bowler continues to bowl like that and the keeper continues to keep like that, in fact, they're getting 2. So what should have been 1 wide ends up being 3 wides.
Indeed, and you can't afford to give away these runs, especially at this stage. You still have the ball to bowl. You've got 3 runs, and you're giving the batters an opportunity to get even more runs. That's ill-advised.
Flicked into the onside. Poor fielding there by Gomez. It goes through Gomez and goes down to the boundary for 4. So that's the 250 up. So sloppy cricket there by Trinidad and Tobago. And giving away runs. And these are serious runs. 250 on the board. And who knows?
Runs on the board, Smitten, already runs on the board.
It's a good score.
I've made them. You have to go and make them now. And I think the US, notwithstanding, they may very well be disappointed. They haven't gotten a much better score I think they'll be fairly comfortable with this.
Plays this one up to Windies long off. And they're going to take in fact, the return is to the bowler. The stumps are broken, and seems as though the batsman would have made it home. So another 2 runs there for the USA.
It looked like he's walking, Smitten. So it appears that he did make it.
Oh, he didn't make it. He didn't make it. So he's on his way. So
yes.
Just a single there. Most importantly, just a 1 run to the USA.
But at this stage.
Well, it was expected. I mean,
Exactly.
they have wickets in hand, and they would be going for Brooks.
You have to at this stage. So if it wasn't fielded cleanly, then he would have gotten an extra one and he would have been there. But I don't think no one is going to hit him for that.
They have played this well, though, the USA. They have batted well. I know that in fact, they have gotten to 250. 251 is the score. I know they would have been thinking in terms of a bigger score. This one is in the air. It's going, it's going, it's going, it's gone for 6. Well struck there by the batsman. And ending this innings with a flourish and being struck out of the grounds for 6 over Windies long on. And it's now 257. So you almost got your 20 runs in that over.
Yes, indeed. Perhaps this batter should have come in a little earlier. But nonetheless, I think they'll be fairly comfortable, the USA, with the score they've gotten. It's on the board already, runs on the board. It's not the biggest of totals, and we've seen much smaller scores give a lot of trouble. But it's now lunch here at St. Paul's. The Trinidad and Tobago team winning the toss and the batting, and were the US to have won the toss, they too would have fielded first, looking at the condition of the pitch.
Yeah, so that's the position here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, 257 for 7 wickets, the USA. So we'll be back right after lunch when the Trinidad and Tobago team begin their run chase. Okay.
West Indies 259.
All right.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the St. Paul's playing field here, where Trinidad and Tobago, they won the toss and they invited the USA to bat. And the USA, they were 257 for 7.
257 for 7.
At the end of their 50 overs. And the Trinis, they will now go in search of 258 for victory. The first ball comes and it's going to be a wide down the leg side. So the Trinidadians, they are off the mark. With Riyad Mohammed, left-hander, taking the first over. Coming forward, plays that into a very short mid-wicket. And excuse me, there's an adage, runs on the board. They are runs on the board. And we're seeing what happened with the USA number 2 team. There are 2 US teams playing here, which I think is an extremely good idea. As one, it helps to develop the US product. So exposing 22 players for this game, for this round of matches. And that is going to be the first run off the bat. Brings the right-hander into strike. And indeed, Trinidad and Tobago, they just can't take this score for granted. They have to play good, sensible cricket. Obviously, they'll need to take a look at the bowlers, the US bowlers. And then settle into their own rhythm. Ayush Patel, the bowler from the Caribbean Sea end. Bowling good line and length, apart from the wide, a good over.
Yes, Troy, a good start there for the USA number 2 team, just conceding just 2 runs in that opening over. And kind of start they would have been hoping for. You did mention the 2 teams for the USA, and I would have gathered a bit of information. The number 1 team is in fact the best selected team those players would be considered to be their best players. And this is more or less like a second 11. But they have not picked their team as yet for the Under-19 World Cup. So if players from this particular team perform, they could find themselves getting into the number one team. So really and truly, could be considered to be a second 11 for the USA.
Which is a very good thing for them, because they're exposing, 30 players?
And we have seen some good performances so far with the bat from this team, and they're coming up against Trinidad and Tobago, which is supposed to be one of the top regional cricketing nations. In terms of the team, it's an early start to the tournament. I wouldn't want to go out on a limb as it and say that they're one of the top teams in the tournament. We'll have to see how the tournament progresses to make such a statement.
Quite rightfully, one of the stronger nations. And going deep, going high, going over the boundary. The first 6 for Trinidad and Tobago. And Patel, looking very easy, very comfortable. Hitting one backward square. First boundary on the board. And they are now 8 without loss. Trinidad in search of 258 for victory.
Very good shot there by Mohammed. It was short, it was slow, he was into his wicket, and he swung it over deep backward square for 6. Very good shot indeed.
How is PD going to come back from this? He comes back with a wide. And obviously the Trinis will take that any day they come.
Oh yeah, certainly in white ball cricket, but in any cricket for that matter, you enjoy having extras. They're part of the score. Extra balls, of course, also.
Going outside the off stump, not being able to penetrate that backward point position. One slip of gully, backward point.
But in reality, though, the Trinidad and Tobago, we expect good things from them. We know that they generally play good cricket, and lots of talent abounds in Trinidad and Tobago. So we do expect them to produce a good team here. So one good shot so far also from Mohammed. That 6 that he struck over backward square. And he struck it a long way. That's indeed a big boundary out there.
A 6 on any field. Slipper gully, third man on the boundary. Backward point, cover mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a man backward square on the boundary. PD. Fairly tall, lanky. Doesn't appear pacey quick. More gentle medium. And that is the end of the over. 9 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago. Fairly good start, 4.5 runs per over.
Yes, a fairly good start, but in contrast to the previous over, which he led some 2 runs the first over, another 7 runs coming from this particular over. But apart from that, 6, which was struck over deep backward square and wide, the over eventually turned out to be a pretty good over from Apidi.
And perhaps, well, playing missing, and some may argue when you catch the ball, if you play same shot and miss, there may be some oohs and ahs. And Gomez on this occasion trying to beat the offside. Over in Nevis at the El Comido Willett Park, Barbados, they went on to beat 287 for 6, a very good score indeed. From their full 50 overs, Guyana, 8 without loss after 2.2 overs. And driving Square, gonna get at least 2, which they do comfortably. Applauded by the Trinbago camp. And obviously the coach, if I were to be the coach, my instructions would have been, hey, yes, you have to keep the scoreboard running. There's a left and right combination, so you have to turn over the strike especially. And they play good, sensible cricket. Oh, somewhat fishing outside the off stump on that occasion, Smitten.
Yes, rather tentative shot, a sort of nothing shot. He stood there with his feet planted in the crease, no foot movement, and he actually stood tall and just dabbed at it. It was really nothing shot. There was no technique to that shot at all.
USA first team, 209 all out.
Here we go again, similar shot.
And if I were the bowler, obviously I try to do the same thing again, hoping that he'll pick up an edge.
Well, he looks, he looks like a good candidate for an edge behind. And perhaps the USA team might be thinking in terms of employing a second slip.
The United States, after being at 1 point, 109 for 8. Again,
there you go again.
And he's given.
That was on the cards.
That was in the making. I really don't know what he was thinking, Smith.
It was really nothing shot. It's very difficult for me to describe the shot. It's somewhere between a dab and a push with both feet planted in the crease. And we saw it coming.
Yes. And I don't know if the Americans would have really been expecting this. However, I mean, yes, you're playing to win. You expect to perhaps take a wicket with every ball. But for Trinidad and Tobago to be 1 down for 11 runs in the 3rd over, I think the Americans would be on cloud 9.
Yeah, and I would have spoken to one of the backroom staff. I suspect he's a coach. I didn't really ask him his designation. And he said that the bowling is also good. He said that the bowling is also good. And so far, so good. We have seen good, sensible, good control bowling from these 2 opening bowlers so far. Apart from that one delivery, which was short, too short, and slow, and struck away for 6. And you would have said, if you were the bowler, you would continue to bowl the same line and length after the batsman had played at 2, and the bowler was a third time lucky.
Exactly. Why change a good thing?
Well, let's say if it's not broken, don't fix it. Lal is the new batsman, the wicketkeeper for the Trinidad and Tobago team. He picks up the line of that one sensibly, though, and allows it through.
The USA #1 team, they were 209 all out. And Jamaica, in reply, 33 without loss from 5.1 overs. The Windward Islands, 124 all out at Connery. The Leeward Islands, in reply, 72 for 4. Just 53 runs behind with 30.3 overs to face with 6 wickets in hand.
That could be a close one, though, Troy.
Of course.
53 runs, a lot of runs still.
Indeed. And runs on the board are always runs on the board. I make them, you don't have to go and make them.
Seems though it's a good batting track over Nevis, though. 287 runs.
Indeed. And we've known small scores to give teams trouble. That one played into the onside. A single coming. It brings the new batter, the keeper, into strike. And the Trinidad and Tobago team, they cannot take this US team for granted, and vice versa.
Well, if they were, they certainly would have had a wake-up call earlier today, the way the USA batted.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes it's interesting to look at some bowlers as they go through their routine and
The rituals they go through.
and the rituals and action. I'm looking at Apidi. Apidi, before he starts, he crouches well over.
Chip, 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 chip.
Yeah, and then he seems to be revving up before he takes off.
When I saw him, Bumrah came to mind. They are bowlers with the most and many things. And batters as well. They pull this pad, they fix this pad, they fix the cap.
Smith, Steve Smith is very much like that.
Shandapal was one, our very own Junie Mitchum.
Yeah, oh yes, Junie Mitchum, definitely.
And
Oh, that's a good one.
Allow the peel the umpire. And
Umpire? He's bold.
He's bold all over the place, Smitten. I was unsighted for a time being. I'm thinking there was but then I'm seeing no movement by the umpire.
Very good delivery. Nipped back into the batsman. Kept a trifle also. And caught him on the back foot. And then knocked his stumps back. So the USA cock a hoop. Very much on top. And getting the early wickets. There is now 12 for 2. And at the moment, the required run rate going up. And a very good position for the USA #2 team to be in.
Very much so, Smitten. I am not certain if they thought they would have been in such a good position. However, they cannot get carried away. There's still 8 wickets to get, perhaps.
What I like about this team, though, Troy, they seem to be oozing confidence, the USA team. The way they batted, and even now, the way they have approached their bowling, so far, so good. There seems to be an air of confidence about them.
And kudos to the coaching staff. But then again, it's not just the coaching staff. One thing the Americans are extremely good at is getting into the brain. That motivation. And no doubt they would have had various key personnel, maybe even NBA players, speaking to them, encouraging them. And at this stage, I'll argue they're on top of things. Adili again. Oh. Not certain what he wanted to do with that one, Smitten.
Well, caught in two minds, but in the end he got the bottom of the bat onto that one. Played it rather late, but in the end kept it out.
The good thing is they're still. And in a situation like this, you just bat and bat and bat, and then you bat some more.
Budo, of course, is the new batsman.
And the US team looking sharp, looking energetic.
Well, if you have scored 257 runs and have picked up 2 early wickets,
why not?
For 12 runs, and with just the third over in progress, I mean, all the reasons to be looking sharp.
What better start could you have really asked for, so to speak? One slipper gully, third man, backward point, cover mid-on, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a man back with a square on the boundary. Fending it off of the body into the onside, but seemed a little apprehensive. Perhaps maybe expecting that ball to bounce a little more, but it didn't.
Yeah, so we've had another over completed, and it's now 13 for 2. So USA really putting up a good showing here. And the required rate now going up to 5.33, but I don't think that's of any concern right now to Trinidad and Tobago. What they need here at this point is, a partnership going. It's early days yet. Lots of overs left in this game.
A lot of batting to be done. And Patel again will continue. 2 overs, 4 runs at this stage, 1 wicket.
Trinidad and Tobago very much on the back foot now, though. And I sense at the moment that the USA would have a bit of a psychological advantage at the moment.
I agree with you, because I don't think Trinidad and Tobago expected to be in this position. 13 runs on the board, 2 wickets down. Oh, a beautiful piece of fielding. All along the ground, Smith, that ball played, and completely outstretched. Perhaps saving 2.
Yes, a good cricket there by the USA team, and preventing what could have easily been 2 runs.
And their tails are definitely on their backs. And a very good attempt on the other side of the wicket. Cutting off the pace of the ball is the man at mid-wicket, but not being able to prevent that single.
I think though the batsman did not time that one as he would have liked. I think the ball got onto him a bit quicker than he would have anticipated. It was airborne, but away from any of the fieldsmen. But he could so easily have gotten a top edge from that one and given a catch. So these bowlers continue to bowl well. Patel, the left armer.
Another good ball again. And really playing good cricket, the US.
In one side of the field.
I must be honest and say yes, Finn. I must be honest and say yes. And say yes.
But
and that one pulled. Going into the boundary. Now 4 runs being signaled. And it seems like forever since the boundary was struck.
Yes, but a good one though.
I really didn't expect this game to be in the state it is on both sides of the fence.
Well, I must be honest. I must be honest too. That I would have shared the same sentiments as you, but you really can't take things for granted.
Indeed. It's the same 22-yard strip they're playing on. Ball is round, same 11v11. And really, at the end of the day, is what happens on the day.
Most definitely. But we have seen 5 overs completed. And it's now 18 for 2. And they're going at 3.60 runs per over. The required run rate 5.33. Not alarming at this point, but at that last column, it's the concern for Trinidad and Tobago. But a PD will continue, and he certainly has bowled well so far, despite giving away a 6 earlier on in his first over, as a matter of fact. And he's come back well. Weather has been very kind to us, and it has been excellent all day. Oh, this one bouncing a bit on the batsman, Mohammed. He keeps it out. And you could sense that the USA team, they think they are onto something. They are fancying their chances at this point. And Trinidad and Tobago must be a bit concerned at this point. Long way to go still.
But being pushed on the back foot, the Trinidad and Tobago team by this year's set of youngsters.
Oh, he's playing at one and missing outside the off stump. Not very good technique that time.
And another 2 quick wickets smitten will basically turn this game and the Trinidad and Tobago innings upside down.
Most definitely. Most definitely. And what is happening here is that the USA team, they're sending a message to all the other teams that they are here to compete. And we saw the team losing, the number 1 team losing wickets to them, fighting back.
Exactly. Old people always say, Smitten.
Nice shot. And that could run pretty close to the boundary. Through straightish mid-wicket. It gets, oh no, it slows up just inside the boundary and flick back there by a fielder. And of course, the sluggish outfield, that one going to the longest part of that side of the field. And the batsman picking up 3 runs. But a good flick into the onside.
Indeed. And not really rushed into the shot. And old people always say, Smitten, don't count your chickens before they hatch. But when to come to sports, football, cricket, we have a tendency of counting chickens long before. Okay, that's another 3 points. We're going to win this one.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago was doing so earlier on. They're having different thoughts at the moment. And which came before? Speaking of chicken before that, which came first, the egg or the chicken?
That's a good question. We've been hearing about that for years. I don't know how the philosophers will actually work it out. But the US, they have already counted 2 eggs. Will they allow them to hatch or will they count some more? We'll have to wait and see, Smith.
Bottom line, though, they are going to go away from this match with some pride, regardless of the result. Short and punched into the offside out towards square, we score 4 runs. That's a very good shot indeed by Budo.
Definitely. And after being so tight, relatively tight, just slackening the screws a bit, which of course would always give the batters confidence. But Abidi would want to tighten again. And looking at him, he's vexed with him. You get the impression he's vexed with himself. He's mad with himself. That ball getting the treatment it deserved. But Apidi will strike, will work again.
See some adjustment being made to the field. Third man being asked to go to his right, a bit squarer, not exactly a backward point position, just a wideish third one. There's a backward square on the boundary. Budo defends, it goes up to mid-off. So good comeback delivery there by Apidi. And the over comes to an end. It's 24 for 2.
Definitely. And it's always important after giving away 4 or 6 especially, how the bowler comes back. And on that occasion, that was good thinking by this youngster.
So we will see Patel continuing from the far end, left arm. He's been bowling left arm over the wicket. He's picked up 1 wicket so far. Played up to mid-on. It's been a bit windy. Can hear the doors banging, and that's a result of the wind blowing into the building. Nice cooling breeze coming across. Well, maybe a bit strong at times, but pretty good cooling breeze coming across. Bright and sunny. Good day for batting.
On the contrary, it reminds me of my playing in England on the contrary, Smitten.
Played square for a single. Didn't know you would have played some cricket in England, Troy.
Yes, I did some studies at the Cable and Wireless College in Porthcurno down in Penzance, right at the bottom, the tip of the shore in England. And the season started in May. And I remember specifically feeling backward point. A nice catch came just below waist height, Smitten. I put my hands and I had to pull them away because the hands were so cold.
Nice drive down towards a long off. Very straight indeed, and they're back for the second run. We complain of the heat, but when you go to other climes, you know, it's amazing. Bright sunny day, how cold it can be.
Definitely. I remember that specifically. Nice easy catch on a Smitten. I'm just thinking about that ball, the impact on the hands. And I enjoyed my cricket in England.
Yes.
The highest score I ever made in my life 3 not out in England.
Okay, those old guys were bowling to you. I suspect, oh, is this a catch?
No, a very competitive league it was. Yes, of course, you had some not so young men playing, but generally, and they play a lot of cricket. And actually, that's the only 6 I've ever struck in my life.
I would imagine. I've never seen you strike one yet.
Just once.
So, would imagine.
And had the boundary been back another foot, literally another foot, it would have been 4.
Okay, so short boundary.
Yeah. The one and only time I've struck a 6 in my life.
Well, it's a little too late now, but I could have taught you the art.
Definitely.
Played up to mid-on. Quick single. The throw misses the non-striker's end, and in the end they're safely home. And try, not to get away from the cricket too much. Lots of people think that 6 hitting is just slugging, but it's very critical to be able to time that ball properly.
Yeah.
And to pick the right lengths and so on. Of course, at times some strength is involved, but most importantly, timing is very important.
Exactly. And getting it on the right part of the bat, the meat of the bat. And sometimes you're watching games, just from the sound, that's a 6.
Yeah, that most definitely.
The sound of bat and the ball.
Most definitely. So.
And a cricket in England, Smitten, it's actually an event.
Oh yes, I admire. You look at the test match going on between India. Of course, there are a lot of Indians in all over the world, I should say. But when you look at test matches, not just this one, in England, you see packed houses.
Exactly.
Even Zimbabwe was playing against England the other day, and you had good crowds on hand.
And some people turn it into a family picnic.
Yeah, most definitely. But a PD continues here. And bowls a bad one and swung away. 1 bounce for 4, beating the backward square into the boundary for 4.
Strain down the leg side and paying the penalty, notwithstanding the delivery. It was actually a well-played shot. Getting into position quickly and basically fanning it off the legs. Knowing where the fielder was, knowing he was backward square, and he went even more backward of the fielder.
So, Budu picking up a boundary. Trinidad and Tobago looking to fight back here. PD would be looking to adjust his line better this time, and the batsman has to defend.
Could it be a case that maybe he might be getting a little tired at this stage, notwithstanding he's just into his 4th over?
Well, it's quite possible, but...
He hit how many times would he be playing in the seat? Well, right now in the US, right now in Europe, temperatures showing 100 plus.
Well, most of these players are Asian players. Played into the onside, no chance of a run. We have to bear in mind too that the US is not all cold. There are parts of the US, California, Texas, those places that are very hot also. So it just depends on which part of the world some of these players are from, or do live in the US.
I was in New York a few weeks ago by Uncle Neville, and he is telling me today is a good day. The temperature is going to be 60-something degrees.
Well, knowing I'll get back to that in a while as PD bowls. And quick single here. Pick up on a throw could have been of concern to Trinidad and Tobago, but Buru gets home safely. Knowing your Uncle Neville as I do, it might have been freezing and he would have told you it's a good day.
But unlike now, it's getting a little warmer. And we've been seeing in Europe and certain parts of the US temperatures in excess of 100 degrees, Smitten.
Yeah, certainly. And that uncle of yours, Neville, you're speaking about, would have played for St. Kitts. He would have represented the St. Kitts senior team in cricket. Oh, this one is flashing at one.
I'm getting the impression, Smitten, that a PD is slipping now and then. Sliding. I'm not certain why. I'm hearing it. It appears to be so. And if that's the case, it's actually dangerous, extremely dangerous for him being a pacer.
Yeah, so perhaps this might be his last over for a while, at least in this spell. And this one is steered into the offside. Mohammed rather following the ball a bit, but getting back onto it, bringing the over to an end. So 33 it is for 2. And we've had some 8 overs completed. I'm trying to, yes, 8 overs completed.
In speaking about Uncle Neville Smitten, he used, when it comes to cricket and training, he did some very strange things to me. He used to be running barefoot, mountain hills, and when he goes to practice at the afternoons, he practices barefoot without shoes.
Yeah, I knew that, yeah.
And in later discussions, he also said he practiced without cups. And he also practiced with just the front pad, the left pad. So in asking him why.
One forced into the offside, but goes as far as point and there's no run.
And in asking him why, he have to protect the jewels and the toes and the legs and things. So he said that made him a better batsman. It seems a little on the mad side, but it has some method to the madness.
I don't think it's madness. Oh, he's looking initially for a big shot, but then adjusted nicely and pushed it into the offside. Well, I can recall growing up, you know, we would have played a lot of cricket without pads. We didn't have that privilege. And in Nevis in particular, you know, most Nevisians could play very well off their pads.
Because he didn't play in pads.
You didn't
So
play
you had to
a lot
protect
of
the shins.
your cricket in pads, so you had to protect the shin.
Yeah.
So pulled into the onside, airborne, should be safe, and should be at least 2. They're back for the second run, and 2 to Boudou. So yeah, so there's not so much madness really. Nowadays, I mean, Viv Richards, Rich Richardson, those guys
Batted without
without helmet, and they were some of the best hookers. Nowadays, players have all sorts of protection, and they can't hook.
And the way helmets have advanced, I remember there was this full glass at times, right in front, like the helmet worn by motorcycles, with cyclists.
Pushed into the offside, should get a run, does so. Trinidadians, players below, you could hear them supporting every run. You can hear some applause, greeting everyone that is picked up here by the Trinidad and Tobago team.
We are at a stage, Stephen, that perhaps we're going to see the mental fabric of this USA team. They picked up 2 early wickets, and now, when things have settled down so far, in the 4th over they got the 2nd wicket.
Well, they just have to tell themselves that they are just 1 wicket away from a major breakthrough. So they just have to keep trying. On the other hand, a good partnership here by Trinidad and Tobago. probably taking the score anywhere close to 100 or past 100, would put them back on track towards getting this 258 runs required to win. Turned into the offside up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The good thing about it, the US team, they're still in good spirits, cheering and clapping their fielders. So that's a good thing, because quite often I observe when things are not going well with the fielding teams, the energy seems to drop. It's as if they're just waiting for something to happen as opposed to making something happen.
Well, it's always important for players to enjoy the cricket. It makes the task at hand a lot easier once you're playing the game and enjoying it. But if you're just basically going through a routine, then the task becomes more arduous.
A band has now started playing Smitten. A bunch of primary school children playing pans of various sorts, milk pans, sardine cans, bringing some entertainment, musical entertainment as it were, to the scene.
Well, quite interesting.
As we are now into this summer period, I think the school is going to close in earnest next week, Artspear.
Well, you'll have to tell me. I've been far removed from that environment for quite some time now.
I think the children, for the children it ends Friday, but for the teachers going and marking and report cards, they'll have all of next week to do it, so it ends for them.
Bowling change, of course, from this the pavilion end, and it's Zai who comes into the attack. He's bowling right arm medium pacers.
In my day at high school, primarily, after the exams, you only go to school now and then, and perhaps to Lime.
Well, things have changed quite a bit these days. Outside the off-stump edges, past the diving figure at first slip, and goes into the boundary for 4, eluding the third man, and 4 runs there to Boudou.
There's a saying in cricket, Smitten, when you're flashing, flash hard. And that was a good example of flashing hard. The ball rocketed it towards the slips, diving fully outstretched to his right, evading him and speeding away into the boundary. The third man didn't have a prayer to stop that one.
Valuable runs for Trinidad and Tobago. They have now moved on to 40 for 2. Pushed into the offside. What one sense that he was sort of winding up for a big shot and then pulled out of it and pushed it to the offside. Current rate has gone up a bit. It's now at 4.21. Short and punched up towards cover. In fact, there's no one in the deep, and it goes for 4. That's a good shot. Getting on top of the bounce, Boudou, and punching it in the gap between point and cover, and down to the boundary for a very good 4.
Indeed, shot, making no bones about it, playing it very good indeed, picking up a 4, and the score advances to 44 for 2. I'm not certain when the US team and the management and coaches will start to get concerned.
Clipped off the pads, 4 more. Badly lined delivery there by Zai on the pads of Boudou, and he obliged by flicking it down to fine leg for another boundary. Closest fielder to that was a deep backward square, but he was miles away, and an easy boundary there to Boudou.
No doubt the captain wondering if he made the correct decision with the introduction of, at this point, of Zaire at this point. And he would expect something different. Releasing the pressure somewhat, the US, after Trinidad and Tobago lost Lal 12-2 in the 3.3 overs.
Played into the offside, misfielded, single. With that single, Bodo goes to 32. But he, of course, the guilty party that time, not feeling cleanly and allowing a run. So Trinidad and Tobago fighting back quite nicely here.
Indeed. And just inching themselves out of early trouble. And perhaps taking a tighter grip on the ball, on the game.
Still a long way to go, though. And in fact, that's the end of the first four play. It has been signaled now by the umpire. So 10 overs completed. The Trinidad and Tobago team going at 4.9 runs per over. And certainly this partnership we're building for the 11-1 and then 12-2. So it's so far 37-run partnership between these two. And a part of the rebuilding process here. Bowling change from the far end.
And the bowler really changing his feel around, making sure they are set to how he wants them.
Well, of course, it's the end of the first four plays, so fielders could be flung far and wide now. It looks like a bit of off spin from that bowler. It's bowler number 21, that's Tumala. Batted quite well. Played up to shortish mid-on. Knocked down, no run. So there's a cover sweeping. It's long off, long on, mid-wicket back on the boundary. Really slowing it up to Marlon, giving it a bit of a loop. And beats Voodoo outside the off stump. So looking to buy a wicket here. Tossed up and eased into the onside up to wideish long on for a single.
You said earlier, Smith the Leewards-Windwards game might be a game, and it looks like it's heading towards that position. Leeward Islands 110 for 7, needing 15 more runs from 20.4 overs with 3 wickets in hand.
So it's not a question of balls, there's a question of wickets. And I suspected it would, you know, especially with 53 runs at that point and Lee was having lost 4 wickets. I felt that was going to be a tight one still. Oh, this one, rather nothing short, looking to just turn it into the onside. It was airborne for a while. And in the end, the result was that they were able to get a single as the bowler was unable to get to that one, to Mala. And so the batsman Mohammed survived. Played down to long on, just a single this time.
And that's all the Trinis have to do. continue playing straight, getting the singles, don't take any risk, there isn't any need for them to take any risk. Because they are going to get the boundaries as well.
So things progressing quite smoothly now for Trinidad and Tobago. They've gone on to 52 for 2. And 40-run partnership between these two so far. Mohammed, who opened the innings, is on 14. And Brendan Boudou, he's on a runner ball 34. A strike rate of 100. But Mohammed striking at 66.67.
Australia, they are climbing against West Indies. After being 110 for 5, they are now 209 for 5.
Wow.
99-run partnership so far. Bo Webster.
And Carey.
Carey, the wicketkeeper. Bo Webster batting 6, he's 43. And Alex Carey, the wicketkeeper, he's 51. Both of them not out.
Turned into the onside. It's going up towards deep mid-wicket. Should get at least 2. And they're back for the second. Bo Webster, who only recently came into the Australian team, doing quite well in that first match against West Indies. He would have gotten into the 70s. I think it was 74 runs he would have scored. And has had a good start to his career, so much so that he has been kept into the team and he's been able to maintain his place in the Australian side. Not a young man by any means, already into his 30s. Came into the Australian team late, but nothing unique to Australia. We know Mike Hussey, for example, he was already into his 30s when he was brought into the Australian team, but he had a good, long, and a successful career. Zai will continue. We were held up a bit by Boudou, who was doing some repairs to his pads and probably his boots. He's ready now. Plays this into the onside for single. Good rotation of strike, looking to keep the scoreboard moving along. It's very important when you're trying to build from a poor position, having lost 2 wickets for 12 runs. And what the players would not want to happen is for them to get bogged down. Driven and it goes up to cover. Should be just a single. Of course, that other test match going on in England. The Indian team scoring 77 for 3. So India fighting back. Joe Root was still at the crease though, so that's very important for England. Oh, you know, there's something about Boudou's batting try. Every shot he plays, he seems to be winding up for a big shot. And, you know, and then you get a defensive shot from him.
Perhaps he's very aggressive by nature, and maybe he's expecting a delivery, and when it doesn't come, he makes adjustments, which is a good thing.
He plays it into the offside quick single. The return goes to the keeper's end, and the batsmen are home. So, end of that over. In fact, no, it's the changing of the guards for the left and right hand combination.
Indeed. And that left and right combination a very strategic move in cricket these days.
Turned into the onside. Oh my goodness. There is a throw that has gone completely wrong. It was supposed to the non-striker's end, but in fact, it was miles away from the non-striker's end, and it found its way down to, what should I say, down to sharp fine leg for the left-hander. It was tidied up. So everything really going wrong about that throw.
Well, if it happens to bowlers, why can't it happen to fielders as well? We see bowlers running in and the ball going to cover at the mid-wicket. And the US team, they will have to realize that this game might be slipping away from them. Not that they had both hands on it, they were in control, with Trinidad and Tobago being 12 for 2 in 3.3 overs. They've now climbed Trinidad and Tobago 57 for 2. So some 55 runs without losing a wicket. And they will really have to try and tighten up because there's still the happy hour period at the back end. So Trinidad and Tobago needing 201 runs for victory in 38 overs. And that's in 228 deliveries. Sweeping square through mid-wicket, picking up a single again. And old people actually say this. Old people say 1-1 full basket. So if you get 200 singles, that is 200 runs. So this left and right combination would just have to keep batting, turning the strike around. Defended there by Mohammed. Who's contented to play the anchor role at this stage. And as we get deeper and deeper into the afternoon, the day is going to get a little warmer. Lovely day for cricket nonetheless. Slicing that one backward, trying to get a single that isn't there. It's the end of the over. And perhaps a message of some sort going on to the Trinidad and Tobago batters.
Well, you know, the way they have been going, I don't think any message is required at this point. So far, they have been the undoing of players, but I saw some refreshment going out, so perhaps it was just a question of getting some refreshment to one of the players. But this has been a very good partnership. In fact, 49-run partnership. The scoreboard just being updated to 61 for 2. So 1 run shy of a 50 partnership, which has been very good for Trinidad and Tobago, and it has really brought about somewhat of a recovery. What they do not want to be happening at this point, though, is to lose a wicket in the near future. But it seems as though there's some issues there with the helmet of Mohammed, and he's signaling to the pavilion, so play held up a bit. But good match so far, Troy.
Yes, definitely. And the Trinidad and Tobago team, they are clawing themselves back into a decent position after being 12 for 2. In the middle of the 4th over, they are now in a very good position relative to that 61 for 2. some 49 runs a partnership and perhaps taking an official water break, and it makes...
Yeah, and we are going to take one also.
So join us in a few minutes when we'll be back. And we're back here at the St. Paul's ground, and not very good news to the Leeward Islands. They are now 112 for 9, needing 13 runs to get for victory in 17.3 overs with just this solitary wicket. And back here at St. Paul's, after an early water break, so to speak, some repairs had to be made to the helmet of Budu. So that is done now, and he'll be taking strike. 51 partnership actually up, going from 12 for 2 in 3.3 overs. That seems like ages ago. They are now 62 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago.
I'm convinced, though, Troy, this is how Budu plays. That's his trigger movement. I don't think he's thinking in terms of, looking at him closely, I don't think he's thinking in terms of going for an aggressive shot, but that appears to be his trigger move. You know, every shot he plays, he seems to be winding up, but he's not really winding up, but rather that's his initial movement.
Using up some energy with some flair, so to speak, and driving. not being able to beat the man backward square. And credit must be given to the US still. There's still the levels of energy on the field seems to be the same, Smitten. They're cheering on the bowlers.
Yes, that was some good work there by the fieldsman at backward point. Diving to his left.
Another good piece of fielding there in the covers. Getting down sharply to his left. A ball with some degree of pace. Perhaps would have yielded 2 runs, possibly 3.
And it keeps the pressure on the batsmen. If they're getting easy runs, if the balls are allowed to go through. But the fact that the fieldsmen are cutting them off puts some pressure on the batsmen.
And it indeed encourages the bowlers too. And they're just doing the basic when it comes to cricket, these 2 batters. Taking the singles, rotating the strike, not playing anything risky. And the US players, I have to commend them, Smitten. To me, they are responding to the challenge of the partnership. They are responding well. They're still moving around sharply, encouraging each other.
Yes, they're keeping the pressure on these 2 batters, although they are consolidating their position for Trinidad and Tobago. And Mohamed has been rather pedestrian. He has been rather slow, but of course, his team would have lost those 2 early wickets. So rebuilding was required. He has been there for some 26 deliveries, and they scored 19 runs, a strike rate of 73.08. And Budo, on the other hand, 39 from 43 deliveries, and he's striking at 90.70. So doing a very good job for their team.
And Budo flicking that one through mid-wicket, trotting through for a single. Not really under pressure, these 2 batters. We saw them being troubled earlier, with balls popping up. But the pitch is basically playing through. And they are hustling up for a 2 on this occasion. One of the very rare times we see them trying to get 2, and they do so successfully and easily as well. One slipper gully. Short cover, extra cover. Man out of the cover point boundary. The cover boundary, pardon me. 3rd man finally on the boundary. Going through the vacant mid-wicket. It's racing away to the boundary. They will only get 2, however. That's a very big boundary there. The field here at St. Paul's generally a big field, the 2 smallest sides being behind the wickets. Some adjustments being made. A mid-wicket is now being put in. And going on the offside, this made the man was
Playing the game right. And good game awareness also.
Indeed, you move a man, create a hole, you play the ball to the hole. Playing it straight again, chipping for a single, down to long on. Better the singles than the 4s. However, the USA, they need to have a few dot balls. They need to get some dot balls in the score. Budo He's outscoring Mohammed, who opened the batting, but that's all right. Mohammed seems intent and contented in being playing the supportive role. Buddha 39 from 45 balls. Mohammed 19 from 26. The important thing is both of them are still there at the crease.
Well, what Mohammed has ensured is that they have not lost another wicket.
Very well judged couple there. 1-1 fulls basket, but it gets fuller quicker when you run twos.
Oh yes, most definitely. And the running has to be aggressive. We saw the USA when they batted, they were very aggressive between the wickets, and they were able to pick up the ones and the twos, and at times converting the twos into 3 runs. So that is very important indeed.
That one going through to the keeper. Oohs and ahs, no damage done.
Well, I don't know the reason for the oohs and ahs. Took the bottom edge of the bat, it ran all along the ground to the keeper. It was some distance away from the off stump. So, batsman not in any trouble at that point.
And going airily, lofting it over the mid-on region, and it races into the boundary. It's the first 4 in a little bit.
It's a good one though.
Lovely shot.
The mid-on was up, and he played it well over mid-on's head and into the long on boundary for 4. Well calculated shot that time there by Budu.
Indeed. Flexing his arms in that occasion after picking up a couple twos. And down the leg side, signal wide by umpire Foster out of Jamaica.
So did you ask him if he was related to Maurice Foster?
Actually, I didn't get the chance to, but I'll have to do that.
Of course, we have Crawford at Square Leg.
Square Leg as well.
Yeah, from Trinidad and Tobago.
And I could understand they may not be, because I've spoken to a few Millses, and we're not related, even in Sandy Point. A single down to backward square. Two balls being signaled by the umpires. When it comes to signaling by umpires, Smith, I come from real old school. I think the system now is a very good system. Back then it was nodding on the 5th ball. And in some cases you look at an umpire, you can't see the nod, but you know he nod. So discreet. And going woofing as it were outside the off stump. Mohammed making no contact, no harm done, going through to the wicket keeper. And the signaling now is tapping the waist with 3 balls being bowled or 3 remaining. And then what I consider the peace sign in the ear saying, hey, there are 2 balls left. I'm not a fan of that, Smith. I think it should be more discreet. And here is Mohammed going down the backward square route, picking up a single, not trying to hit it too hard, just fanning it off the body, so to speak, with a little bit of foot movement, and that brings up the end of the over.
I'm struggling to...
Very good throw being applauded, relatively close, perhaps closer than persons may think. And Budu brings up his 50.
Well, a good, very, very good knock indeed, and it really brought some sanity to the Trinidad and Tobago's progress.
After being 12 for 12, a very good rebuilding partnership here now. At this point, the coach probably would be thinking these two to continue batting, getting to the 100 in the first instance, and then 150, and who knows, maybe even take it home at the end. We are still some way off from that. We'll just have to wait and see how the balance of this innings unfolds. Perhaps looking to pull that one to the onside was Mohammed, but then just fanning it through the offside forward square. And we've seen that too many times when the common trend seems to be pulling everything from outside the offside to go to the onside.
Well, it's a shot that has crept into modern day cricket, of course. When we were growing up, you know, you were supposed to play everything in the V. And if you were going across the line, it was labeled as a bad shot. But nowadays, the ability to create shots from outside off, I mean, batsmen are tugging balls from outside the off stump down to square leg for six and a sort of, you know, that's the skill of the batsman nowadays. Exactly. And that's how the game has evolved now.
It's all about scoring runs, no matter how they come, no matter how ugly the shot is.
Well,
or non-traditional as the case may be.
And of course, there's the question of innovation also. Players these days, especially with the number of T20 matches that are being played, players would have to be innovative.
The scoop, especially, and in some cases, I'm seeing players scooping off the middle stumps.
Oh yes, certainly.
And I say, gosh, you have very good eyes and you're very confident. There's a change of bowling down at this line and up in the black hole. Nice delivery. Mohammed had to get down on that quick and in a hurry.
In fact, it went on his bat. And luckily for him, it was outside the off stump. Started well. And following up a delivery outside the off stump, right up in the block hole with another delivery on target this time.
And there's always going to be that doubt whether, for these close decisions, whether it was pad first and then bat or vice versa. A little wide, full and wide, and Mohammed playing it down to a wideish third man, picking up a single. And it's now Budu into strike. Giving himself some room, Budu. Playing into the offside. A very straight bat. And not carrying to the man at cover. Seeing it in the air for a little bit. No doubt his eyes would have opened, thinking it's going to come to him, but it didn't get there. Ooh. Not in control of the shot there. on that occasion, perhaps being struck on the bat, rather than the bat striking the ball striking the bat, the back of the bat, getting into the shot to goal, perhaps win.
Yeah, I think he made a mess of that shot. It was full pitch down the onside. He could have put that anywhere. Could have put it away for a boundary. But he took the back of his bat. But nevertheless, that single would have brought up his 50. And a well played 50 indeed.
Oh, that's going to be called a wide.
In fact, I'm a little confused. The manual scoreboard has him at 53. And looking at the score online, I'm seeing something different. But I guess that would be sorted out eventually. So he would have already brought up his 53, to Bodo.
He bats on nonetheless. It's the left-handed Mohammed who is facing. Oh, very close to a wide on that occasion, perhaps just by the thinnest of margins, a healing. And it's the end of the over.
Yes, the end of the over. And scoreboard, I'm trying to get my glasses on. 92, is it? Or 82. I think I saw it with some binoculars earlier on. We just have a good sight on the scoreboard.
It says 92.
92. So this partnership really blossoming between these two players for Trinidad and Tobago. Bodo, who is on 53, 26 to Mohammed, who has been there from the start of this innings. So Trinidad and Tobago fighting back well. And another bowling change from the far end. And it looks like we're going to have some left arm leg spin.
First time we've seen a lefty in the match, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you mean a left arm spinner?
Yeah.
Because the opening bowler for the USA was also a left arm spinner. So first time, of course, in the match, defended, and it goes into the offside where it's picked up and there's no run. So short, flatter, wide signal, wide of the off stump. And that looks like Kappa. Kappa is the bowler from the far end. Tossed up and turned into the onside. He's going down towards a backward square. And stopped at square leg. And just 2 runs there to Bodo. So that would take the score to 94. And Bodo goes on to 55. 94 for 2. Punched into the offside up to cover. And just a run.
The runs are coming too freely for the past few overs. The US, they've gotten tight. They have to tighten up again. They're actually releasing the pressure.
Well, punch back past the bowler on the onside. Another single. Trinidad and Tobago, these two batsmen, Mohammed and Bodo, they have played it well. And what they're doing nicely at this point is to rotate the strike, picking up singles. Force is up to extra cover. Confusion here, but he's back.
No need for that. They're going good. Not under any pressure, really. Rotating the strike nicely. So no need to try and force a single. Of course, the US wouldn't mind that. Catching somebody stranded down the track. But Budu was able to return home safely.
So this match really building up into what could be a close encounter at the end. Trinidad and Tobago fighting back well from their position of 12 for 2. And then now they are in a position where they have not lost a wicket, and it's 96 runs on the board, 96 for 2. 84-run partnership between these two.
And the Leeward Islands, they have lost the match, Smitten. 119 all out from 35 overs. The Windward Islands winning by 5 runs.
Single picked up there. And, you know, somehow I sense that that match could have been a lot closer than we would have thought. A very low scoring match. And the Leeward Islands faltering in the end.
Jamaica 133 for 3, chasing Guyana's 209. They are 77 runs behind from the halfway stage, 25 overs.
White signal there. As this one is wide of the off stump and going through to the keeper. So
Australia are progressing steadily, 22 for 6 from 51 overs against the West Indies down in Grenada.
222.
222, yes, sorry.
Outside the leg stump on the white signal. So go explain it a bit around. He was wide of the off stump, he leaving a wide. Chirping begins out there for the USA team, trying to encourage their bowler, looking for the breakthrough at this point. Wicket here could very well see the US back into this game. They're not out of it as yet. Driven nicely down to the long on boundary. Budu does not even move for that shot. 4 runs all along the ground.
Beautiful shot indeed. Just driving it straight back. Bowler couldn't get nowhere close. Picking up a lovely 4. The Guyana-Barbados game is relatively, but Barbados, they made 287, Guyana 117 for 5 after 20 overs. 171 runs to get Guyana in all of 30 overs.
Outside the off stump, wide once more, white signal again. And one more to the score. The 100 with that boundary would have come up. It's now 104 for 2. Looks very much like Barbados is on top in that game in Charlestown.
Definitely.
One on the pads and turned into the onside. Airborne for a bit, but safe. Encouragement coming from the fieldsmen for their bowlers. They had a dream start to this innings, picking up a wicket with a score on 11, and then 1 run later picking up another wicket. But since then, they have struggled to find a wicket This is a good one. Slow in the block hole. Bodo is the full measure of it. Gently plays it back up on the onside of the track. And there's no run.
And going about their work, the Trinis, in a very professional way. They know they are basically in control at this stage. Building a big partnership here between Bodo and Mohammed.
Nicely played. And it goes up to cover, just a single.
And it's the end of the over as well. The US, they are paid to, notwithstanding the nature of the game, I'm getting the impression they're really enjoying the game nonetheless.
Oh, yes. And of course, they're happy for the sun to be blazing down on their backs. They got a good score. They got 2 early wickets. And I guess they're telling themselves that they're not out of this game as yet. Still a long way to go for Trinidad and Tobago. 105 on the board for 2 wickets. And we would have had some wait for the scoreboard to get adjusted. But Kappa once more from the far end. Driven, coming from the outer portion of the bat, going up to wideish off, just a single.
103.
21 overs.
Sorry, 106.
21 overs completed. Score goes to 106.
Inching themselves closer to the score is Trinidad and Tobago. And not really in a rush. Not under any pressure, really. The bowling for the US men doesn't seem so penetrative at the moment.
Well, it does not. It does not seem too penetrative, and it's easy going here for the Trinidad and Tobago batsman at this point. As Mohammed, who has been there for some time, pulls up to just a single to Mohammed.
He's quite prepared to play the anchor role.
Well, they always say you bowl in partnerships and you bat in partnerships. And this is exactly what these two have been doing. He's anchoring, and Bodo has been the one who has been really pushing the scoreboard along. But at the same time, though, as this one gets into the onside for single, at the same time, though, the batsman, Bodo, has had more of the strike than Mohammed. Mohammed has only faced up to some 33 deliveries. Just about, more than that, The figures are not played into the onside, a single.
$29 for Mohammed, 62 for. And really just taking the scoreboard along. It's the end of an over.
So, we're going to see from this the pavilion end. it's Basu. Basu comes in from this end. 107 for 2. So 22 overs gone, another 28 overs left in the day's play. So lots of time left in the game still.
Lots and lots of time. And the weather has been extremely favorable to us. And no hint that he'll step in anytime this afternoon.
Turn into the onside, go straight to shortest mid wicket in the run. So Basu once more. Outside the off stump. And what I've noticed so far between these two teams, it seems as though everybody except the wicket-keeper bowls in these teams. And perhaps who knows, maybe the wicket-keeper bowls, but there's no need for him to take off his gear.
Which is a good thing, the versatility as well. Left arm, spinner right arm. Looks like a...
Edge down to short, third man no run.
This right arm looks like a leggy. I'm really amazed with the support from the American team, Smitten.
Toss is up, played down to wide, it's long on. A single this time only. Gore is moving in and to his right and fielding well. And just the one run.
Adjustments being made. Man from cover pushed more to a backward.
Nicely pushed up to the man who was just placed there at cover. Just a single to Bodu. 108 it is for 2. As that over comes to an end. So not a bad start there by Rahul Basu. Good start to his over. To his spell rather.
And the runs continue to flow. Flow.
Hundred. One 1-0 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago. Played back to the bowler. Kappa, of course, the left arm. Orthodox leg spinner from the far end. Pulled up to long on. Long on comes from off the boundary, picks up just a one run to Mohammed. Oh, he edges to slip it. He loses the man at slip. Who would have gotten on to it. The keeper chases it down, and they're back for the second run. So Kappa there inducing an edge, and first slip, who is Harry Babu, got a hand to it, and it ran past him down into the short third man region, and the batsmen were able to pick up 2. Another single here played into the offside this time. So Basel will continue from the pavilion end. One 4 for 2. So one tickle down the onside down to fine leg, perhaps coming from pad. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. And he waits for the ball to become dead. Now signals a leg by. Easy single down to long off has some distance to cover, and easily taken. One more to the score. And what has happened during the process is that these two have added 100 runs played in the air, past the bowler, another single. 117, so 105 runs between these two so far. A very good partnership in team.
And not really any pressure. Just doing the simple things, doing the basic things, running the singles, turning over the strike. And when a bad ball comes to be put away, doing just that. And not taking any undue risk. And they don't need to at this stage. 100-run partnership in any type of cricket. That's a very good feat.
2 extra cover, over pitch delivery. Fended that time, so Basu being able to tighten his lines and length and preventing any runs. So end of the over, 117 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago, they would have lost Stephen Gomez for 2. And Lal, the wicketkeeper, was bowled by Apidi for no score. Gomez was caught. Jeremy Samuels bowled Ayush Patel, and he scored just 2 runs. But since that these two have come together, they have put on a partnership of 105 runs, and they're still going.
This is the kind of temperament we need to see from many more players at all levels.
Punched into the offside up to Patel. No, that's not Patel. In fact, it's Patel. Patel, the left arm seamer. And the left-handed return coming in from Patel. Becoming rather humid here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Certainly the wind seemed to have died down a bit. Oh, he's an attempted cut and a miss.
And also an attempted stump.
Stumps were in fact broken, but the batsman appeared to have been grounded, so pulls it past the diving figure at short mid-wicket, and they've been able to pick up 2 runs as Longoff had to move some distance from his position to his left to retrieve.
And the singles continue to flow fluently.
Oh, an attempted sweep, it's airborne, goes behind the keeper, pursued there by Harry Babu. And they were able to pick up a run, so end of the over. And it's 121 for 2.
And still some energy from this US team. They seem not to be too perturbed about the fact that this pair has added over 100 runs. And they are going. The US, yes, they are bowling, but perhaps they need to take it up a notch rather than bowl to allow something to happen. And here is he going aerially and he's settling under it, and it's taking Mohammed, perhaps a little impatient, trying to whip that into the onside, going aerially, and the man from backward square kept his eyes on it. He moved accordingly, and he watched it into his hands. And Mohammed, he goes back to the pavilion. And the Trinidad and Tobago, they are now losing their 3rd wicket after a partnership, after being 12 for 2. They are now 121 for 3. Mohammed basically giving it away. Wasn't under any pressure, no need for a shot like that. And I was just saying, Smitten, that the American team, they needed to work and try to make something happen as opposed to just running in a bowl. And perhaps Mohammed heard me, and he was flicking that one, trying to get it into the onside, and just succeeded in getting it 1.5 miles in the air. And it was Budu from square leg coming in and settling on there and taking a nice simple catch, chest height.
The only thing about that, though, is Mohammed is not a member of the US team.
The Trinidad team, pardon me.
But having said that, though, Mohammed showed signs of impatience. He seemed as though he was losing his patience, and we saw a couple of shots previously which suggested that he was, losing it a bit and maybe looking to get on with things. And in the end, he succumbed to his frustration. He was there for quite some time, but the breakthrough that the USA would have been looking for, and we know one could bring 2 and 2 could bring 3 wickets. Wickets could fall in clusters. So Trinidad and Tobago, they would be hoping to do a bit of a rebuild here, form another good partnership.
Indeed. And they have been vocal all afternoon in the field, the US, but they have taken that up a notch, actually.
Well, I was just about to tell you, much louder now.
And why shouldn't they be? They've just snatched up their third wicket and fanning that one down through the third man. Will it go into the boundary? A nice save? No, it wouldn't. They'll get 3 ones. Well run, well saved, nice piece of cricket. But it is always said in cricket, 1 bring 2, and after breaking a partnership of over 100 runs, the US definitely need to celebrate that and try to build on it.
Yeah, so the local Indian batsman, of course. Interesting though, some of these bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago coming rather high up in the batting order. Luke Ali, of course, one of the medium pacers for Trinidad and Tobago.
And perhaps they're full of all-rounders.
Yeah, perhaps. In fact, we saw quite a number of bowlers being employed when the USA batted.
They're batting 1 deep, they're bowling 1 deep. And the end of a very successful over by Trinidad and Tobago, breaking a century partnership, 109 runs to be exact, after being 12 for 2. They then went on to be 121 for 2. And elated 121 for 3, pardon me. It's now 125 for 3 at the end of 26 overs. So we're heading down the slope. Buddha being brought forward.
Not too sure if they're heading down the slope.
In terms of overs.
In terms of overs, somebody still has a mountain to climb.
We've passed the halfway mark.
Because Trinidad and Tobago, they're not out of the woods as yet. We don't know how deep their batting is. But
And giving himself some room, playing that one through the slips, down into the third man region. Picking up 2 runs is Budu. I was just about to say it seems as if his temperament had changed a little since the loss of that wicket. But perhaps he heard me thinking it, and he wanted to assure me that that wasn't the case. Having a new partner now, we'll have to re-employ different strategy. And there's a appeal for caught and bowled, and yes, the batsman walks. That's Budu. Perhaps giving away his wicket really at the end of the day, trying to drive back past the bowler actually going very low, picking up a nice catch there. So all of a sudden the second wicket is down after that long partnership spin.
yes, and he would have told you a while ago, 1 normally brings 2 and 2 could bring 3. And this is what is happening here for Trinidad and Tobago. But that was an excellent catch by the bowler. It was low to his right, just inches away from the ground, and he took it cleanly and took it quite well. So Trinidad and Tobago losing two quick wickets. They lost two quick wickets, went 2 wickets. So perhaps they need another 100-run partnership at this point. If that's if that's going to be the trend, the way they are batting, so they would be hoping. The captain has gone out there. Captain Toppin has gone out to the middle to partner Ali, and they would be hoping that these two could stitch together a decent partnership and get Trinidad and Tobago towards their goal. But having said that, though, the USA team very cock-a-hoop at this point, and they've been doing quite well. They have managed to pick up wickets, and they've picked up 4. And like I said earlier on, this game is far from over, and both teams in with a chance.
And getting the 2 batters who were who created that 100-run partnership. And credit must be given to Boodoo Smitten, because I'm not certain if the bowling end umpire looked at the strikers and our square leg for assistance, but I got the impression that Boodoo actually walked, because the umpire didn't remember seeing him signal out. So that was a very good thing on Boodoo's part. We don't see too many cricketers walking these days.
Yes, very good on his part, but clearly that catch was taken, and of course there was no doubt in any of the close infields away from the ground, but from my vantage point here, I could have seen that the catch was taken. The umpire, of course, the presiding umpire, who is the one who should be making that decision, he might have been unsighted, but he was helped, as you rightly said, by Boodoo walking immediately.
And it's a single. And these 2 batters will have to work and work again. And this is a good time for the captain to be leading from the front. The USA, they're just doing the simple things, doing the basic things. And the bowling, in some instances, has not been as tight as it ought to have been. However, it was tight enough to break a 100-run partnership, getting rid of the 2 batsmen within that partnership who created that partnership basically back to back. And they are fighting against the US. The skipper punching back down to the bowler. And full of life and energy, this young US team. Wide of the arm stump, trying to entice the skipper into playing some injudicious shot, but that wasn't to be the case. And he settles and faces again. Working him, pitching up that one just a little fraction, a little more. And the skipper, a tall man, stretching out, playing it down to the backward point. Driving back to the bowler. And this is really what you call starting over Smitten. Both batsmen at the crease.
Yes, both batsmen relatively new. But the captain for Trinidad and Tobago is there, Toppin is there, and he needs to play captain. Knock comes in at number 6, and he in fact opened the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. So very much an all-rounder's position, a genuine all-rounder's position. Opening the bowling and batting at number 6 would suggest that. So he has some repair work to do at this point.
Far from being out of the woods, as you have been saying, Smitten. No matter what the score is, runs on the board are runs on the board. And we've seen that. He was chasing down 125 for victory, only getting to 119. And the chatter continues, the support, encouragement continues by this US team, the second team. And he's bowled all over the place, pulling him down, the captain down the tracksman. And I don't know what he saw, playing all over, all around the line, and he was clean bowled.
Well. Being dragged out of the crease there, the captain tapping. Left stranded, as a matter of fact, down the track, and being bowled, off stump being knocked back. And Trinidad and Tobago plunged into further trouble here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. And the USA team number 2, they are sensing something. 5 wickets down.
129. So that's basically 3 wickets within 5 runsmen. Within 4 runs.
Well, they started losing wickets in, well, not really clusters, but they lost wickets at 11 and 12, and now, in the space of some 5 runs, they've lost another 3 wickets. So Trinidad and Tobago, and the pressure is on them. And, I would have said earlier on, 1 wicket could bring 2 and 2 could bring 3. And let me not go as far as to say 4, 3 could bring 4, because I don't think that's working in favor of Trinidad and Tobago. But they're very much up against it at the moment.
Their management might protest for you giving commentary again in their game. The commentators curse, as it is said.
USA in very strong position.
Trini will have to work harder to dig themselves out of this hole. Not as deep as it can be. It's a hole nonetheless.
Interestingly, though, Troy, the captain has been replaced by the vice captain, who comes in at number 7, Rampasad. I don't recall Rampasad bowling. So
perhaps the captain came in earlier to steady the ship and guide it to victory.
Yes, probably the tactical move by the Trinidad and Tobago team, but certainly not paying off.
It's like putting in a watchman who goes out within a few balls and you have to send in the real batter.
Well, some people don't believe in that, in using night watchman.
I think Shandapal is one of those persons. And in some cases, I've seen 2 night watchmen being used and both of them going back to the pavilion and still have to send in the original bat.
Oh, yes. And psychologically, that's 2 wickets down, and the scoreboard, instead of probably reading, let's say 95 for 3, with those 2 night watchmen going in with 95 for 5. And psychologically, even though they might be tail enders, it's 5 wickets down still.
5 wickets down, yes. 5 is much closer to 10 than 7 is.
It makes a
than
difference.
3 is. Yeah. And Trinidad would really have to work here. What a thing it will be, Smitten, were the US to walk away with a victory here in this game.
Well, trust me, we spoke earlier of scoreboard pressure and runs on the board being runs on the board.
And speaking of that, Smitten, the Jamaica could be in some trouble, 166 for 7 after 37.1 overs, chasing 209 for victory, so needing 44 runs in 16.5 overs with just 3 wickets in hand. So we're here talking about this USA team, the possibility, the likelihood. What if they were to win this match? They may have a double.
Certainly.
And perhaps President Trump may very well give a half holiday tomorrow, God's spear.
He doesn't know anything about cricket. Yes, I was saying, runs on the board, and there's always scoreboard pressure. And having lost early wickets, it would have put Trinidad and Tobago on the back foot. They did have a rebuild, but then they have lost quick wickets again. So the pressure is very much on the Trinidad and Tobago team at this point.
Definitely. And they have to settle again and start the recovery process.
Well, remember also it's a 50-over game.
So they need runs as well.
So they need runs, and they need to get them at a fairly good pace, and they cannot afford to allow the asking rate to go up too much. Unfortunately for us, we do not have access.
And here's a chance, uppishly, but dropping safely in the end. Getting a single. Not really in control of the shot on that occasion, but a single nonetheless, no harm done. And it's the end of the over.
It's the end of the over, and the manual scoreboard, of course, is showing, I think, it's 132 it is for 5. Unfortunately for us, the manual scoreboard does not have details in terms of asking rate. What they can tell us, though, another 21 overs left. 20 in fact. It seems as though they're making a further adjustment to roll over that overs. 20 overs left. 132. You do the maths, Troy, it's 258 required.
132 from 258, that's 126.
126, and so they need over 6 runs per over if they're to win this match. Trinidad and Tobago, that is. So USA in a very good position at the moment.
Nice feeling there. At backward point, moving smartly and low to his right, saving a single at least. The fielder from cover region, deep cover, was coming around to cover and going for a big whack. The bails removed. A soft question being asked of umpire Foster, but the batter is fully grounded, so he lives to fight another day. And these two seem to have a little challenge getting the ball away, Smitten.
Well, they're just in, so, it would be kind of difficult at this point.
And fanning that one into the mid-wicket region, over the inner ring, picking up a single. And the flow is steady. Gonna get one, looking for 2. Sent back, beautiful piece of fielding. The man from backward point running to a short third man. Cutting any possibility of 2 into 1, just 1. Driving through the covers, picking up a single. These US bowlers, the US fielders now have a further pep in their step, and why shouldn't they?
Well, they're very much in control at the moment, the USA team, and they're not giving away boundaries. Boundaries are hard to come by. Of course, there are 2 new batters at the crease. The vice captain, he's there with Ali, and they're looking to get some footing. They're looking to rebuild. They're looking to start. In fact, they're just starting the innings. But The USA fielders, they are on the alert. They are trying to save every run. The bowlers, they're not giving away boundaries. They're not bowling boundary balls. So they're making it very difficult for Trinidad and Tobago.
Going square. And the commentators course on Trinidad and Tobago spin, picking up a boundary, playing it backward of square. A very good shot at the end of the day.
Yes, it was a very good shot. And Ali earned that 4. He played the shot well and he played it in the gap. And the ball raced away for 4. Now we see the USA doing a bit of, well, not exactly what they're doing. They're exchanging personnel and probably putting a more adept person at that backward point position. And moving, looks like Ali, PD rather, who was removed from that position.
And sweeping backward as squares, gonna be racing to the boundary. Is it? Yes, it does. Successive boundaries after a little drought and 8 runs in 2 balls. Trinidad and Tobago trying to claw themselves back into this game.
Well, Basu is making me look like I do not know what I'm saying. I was just applauding the bowling of the USA bowlers, and now he has gone and bowled 2 bad deliveries. That was a loose one down the onside and put away quite nicely by Ali for 4.
He's not going to get the hat trick, just the single.
This one was a much better line than better length delivery.
Playing out to the backward point boundary region. And after tightening up things, so to speak, picking up 3 quick wickets, the USA would want to continue to keep it tight. They wouldn't want to release the pressure again with these 2 relatively new batters. Much better ball. Bringing Ali forward. Fattening it off of the legs. Getting 1. They're thinking of 2 that won't happen today, maybe tomorrow. And this commentator's course, when you say something when we say something as commentators, it's as if it is sent to the fielders who either do against what we're saying. Dot ball, and the end of the over.
Yes, a good over there for Trinidad and Tobago, though, an over in which they picked up a couple of boundaries. And it seems as though they're going to pause for a water break. And we too shall pause for a water break. Yeah, go ahead.
Nice.
Great.
Welcome back from the water break.
Yeah. So we're back with the action. 145 it is for 5 Trinidad and Tobago. To win 113 runs, they have another 18 overs in which to do it. This one is played into the offside. So try really match on now. We on the home stretch at this point. This one goes just as far as backward point, which knocked down, and there's no run. So Gore there doing the fielding. Single picked up there as it's pushed into the offside.
The water break's been a very good time for both teams to review the situation and plan for the remaining overs.
5 wickets to get the USA. And fairly straightforward for both teams. Wickets would get the USA victory, 112 runs. But slight advantage at this point, I would think, to the USA. As another single is picked up there by Ali. So this brings the vice captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team back on strike, Rampasad. And he's playing this one in the air for a while and seemed to have carried it just to the left of the fielder there at short mid-wicket, who got both hands to it, but grasped it. But a good attempt. That looks like Apidi there, who was at short mid-wicket. And good attempt there by Apidi.
Indeed, diving away to his left, full stretch to a ball about shoulder high. He wasn't able to hold on. That would have been a beautiful catch.
And for his good effort, he's been rewarded with an over from this end. He's been brought back into the attack. But seriously, though, I think it was on the cards. It was strategized during the water break to bring Apidi back from this end. And he, of course, would have picked up a wicket so far. So, being brought back into the attack at this point.
And were Trinidad and Tobago to have lost that wicket at that point, it may have been all over for them, Smitten. 6 wickets down, it gives you the impression that you're really in the mire. Yes, we saw a heavy comeback by the USA #1 team. And could that have been the case again? We don't know, we won't know. But the battle continues here at the St. Paul's Sporting Complex.
Interesting to note, though, that the USA, they're trying to make things difficult for Trinidad and Tobago. Their fielders in run-saving positions. As Apidi starts well, just outside the off stump. There's a backward point. Point, short cover, and the widest win off. In fact, cover being retreating now, the point fielder being sent back now on the boundary. And there's a third man on the boundary. Mid-on is in place inside the circle. There's a square leg back on the boundary and a fine leg back on the boundary. Good delivery. Pushed into the offside for a single by Ramprasad.
And the U.S. #1 team in a very strong position, Smitten. Jamaica 178. They need 33 more runs to win this match with 12.4 overs with just 2 wickets in hand.
So the overs are not a problem there for Jamaica, but it's that column where you put the wickets, 2 wickets in hand, but who knows? We're still playing cricket. 149 for 5. Another 16 overs after this one. So we're in over number 34. Whipped into the onside rather stylishly down to backward square. Just a single. Good effort there by the USA fieldsman, moving smartly to his left and roping that one in quickly and sending it back to the keeper's end. So they're really on their toes out there, the USA team.
It seems as if a second match has been completed, Smitten. Guyana won the toss and decided to field first. Barbados 287 for 6 in their 50 overs. Guyana 148. All out it appears at the El Comida Willett Park in Nevis.
So, and all is finished to that match. Now just about 4:37 by my watch. Of course, the umpire's watch would be saying something different. So, matches continue on Sunday at all venues.
Applaud themselves back game as well. Australia 257 for 8. But they've been visited the 13th man Reign for a second time. So West Indies giving themselves a fighting chance.
Well, we say fighting chance, of course. 258 still, quite a bit of runs. And of course, West Indies would be batting last in this game. Whipped into the onside. Runs here for Trinidad and Tobago. Runs for Ali. 2 runs only. And score now has gone on to 151. See umpire Skekel going out. And let's see. Now we have had some 30 overs completed. So what we are seeing here is one of the news being put into effect, Troy, where the captain, at this point, the captain will decide which of the 2 balls they are going to use. So we have had, some 35 overs completed. So just 1 ball will be used during play now. And that is one of the new rules being introduced by ICC in 50-over cricket. Previously, of course, 2 balls were used from both ends, but now you use the 2 balls up to the 35th over, and then the captains will decide which one of the balls they're going to hold on to complete the innings, to bowl the last 15 overs.
It's amazing with the change in rules, because when the ODI started, it was 1 ball for the full 50 overs. However, the balls were getting such a beating and had to be changed so often. The thinking was to change for 1 from both ends. So the ball would have only faced 25 overs. So I change again. And it's all for the betterment of the game, the interest as well, the excitement and the entertainment.
course, bowlers were complaining that they were at a big disadvantage. They were not able to get that reverse swing from an older ball because after 25 overs, the ball would be in relatively good condition. So that is a change which has come into effect, and we have seen it here today. But here's one going down to backward point to PD, and what the USA, they're really fighting back here. They're really putting the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team. Here's one driven up to long on just a single. And runs coming in dribbles here for Trinidad and Tobago. And the USA would not mind too much once they're not giving away boundaries. Can't recall in fact, I think there's just been 1-6 so far in the Trinidad and Tobago innings. And that was struck by the opening batsman earlier on.
And I certainly feel if the US were to go on to win this game, they no doubt would think that they would have won the championship.
Of course, towards the end of this tournament, the two top teams would face off in the finals match playoff. And who knows? It could be two USA teams.
And that will really boost the US cricket were that to happen, Smitten.
But as you rightly said earlier on, this is good exposure for the USA team. They do compete in the Under-19 World Cup. And, of course, this would allow them to present a competitive team in that particular tournament once they can get through to the preliminary stages. This one is played into the onside for 4. And a much needed boundary here being struck by the vice captain Ram Prasad, and it's 4 more to the score. So Trinidad and Tobago, they're now 158 or 156. Very difficult to make out the manual scoreboard, which is some distance away from us. Of course, we do not have the privilege of the online scoring.
58.
158, in fact.
And the US, it's one thing giving up singles, but giving up boundaries, that's a completely different kettle of fish. That will allow the target score to come racing towards the Trinidad and Tobago team, and that's something that they don't want.
RPD. This one is turned into the onside. Shouts of 2-2-2. They're back easily for the second run. And supporting applause comes from the Trinidad and Tobago camp just below us. And it's 2 more to the score.
And sensitively poised is this game. Trinidad and Tobago batting. Just about 100 runs to get.
It's a long way off still. Driven nicely, and knocked down there. And just a single. Good work there by Gore.
With feeling like that, the US team will always be motivated. However, they have to keep the bowling tight. You'll want as many dot balls as possible. And if runs are going to come, you'll prefer to give singles as opposed to boundaries. And the appetite for these two batters may very well be changing.
Short, swung down towards long on, the catch is taken, and he's on his way. All he goes. Caught by Gore on the long on boundary, off the bowling of Apidi, and the USA very much on top at this point.
6 wickets down, 158. And it is said anytime a captain brings 161, pardon me, makes a change, brings a bowler back into bowl, a new spell, and he picks up a wicket, it's the best thing that can happen. And that was the case. Apidi, after making a valiant attempt, goalkeeper style to get a catch, make a catch, he was brought on the over immediately after, and shortly after, he's picking up a wicket, the 6th wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. Perhaps some may want to think that the cover is being placed on the coffin at this stage, but we still have quite a bit of cricket to go. 100 runs to get in 14.5 overs, 4 wickets in hand. This match can still go anyway. The pundits may argue that it's slightly in advantage of the favor of the US. Another wicket or two here, it may very well be over for the Trinis, but it's the wonderful game of cricket. We saw the USA first team coming back from a very weak position and perhaps in a possibility of winning. Jamaica 192 for 18 runs from 9.3 overs. Like Smith said earlier, the overs are not the concern. The 18 runs are the 2 wickets.
So, I figure that you're not a pundit yourself, Troy. You're just being diplomatic. This one takes something on its way through to the keeper. It eludes him, and in fact, it goes down to short turnman. And there's a single taken there. Very much in favor of the USA at this point, though, with some 6 wickets down. With the score 161.
And this is just day one, Smitten. And plenty of things have happened, a few different things, low scores, century partnerships. So the question is, what else can we expect for the remaining of this West Indies' Rising Star Men's Under 19 Championship? We are only day one of 7.
We have a long way to go, still at 0.
And we are indeed encouraging everyone to come on out. Next round of matches are going to be on Sunday, God's Spear, Sunday, 6th July. Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados at Connery. Leeward Islands versus the USA second team, which is who are playing now at Keon St. Mary's Park. Guyana versus USA 1 at St. Paul's. And the Windward Islands versus Jamaica. And
but here's a good boundary, though, edging down to third man for 4. And I say good in that it might not have been the best of shots, but nevertheless it crossed the boundary line and 4 runs to Trinidad and Tobago, which would take this score to 166 now for 6.
4 runs on any day are always going to be good runs, irrespective of how they come. But I do agree with you fully.
Yeah, so.
And the US, they have contained the hitting of boundaries somewhat, but they're coming a little more frequently now. They'll have to tighten up on that if they really want to go on and win this match. And Sunday, Windward Islands versus Jamaica at the El Comida Willett Park in Nevis. All matches starting at 10 a.m. So a lot of cricket going to be played over the next few weeks. And then we have the Aussies playing West Indies here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We have CPL coming. This has been a very good cricket year for St. Kitts and by extension Nevis.
Well, it's good that you say by extension Nevis, because at least for quite some time now, there was no real activity in terms of regional cricket in Nevis. And now they do have some cricket going on there. So Boye, who has been the 8th bowler being employed here for the USA in the attack from the far end.
The opening bat.
And he's bowling right arm leg spinners. This one is played up to long on for a single.
And this further shows the depth of this USA team when it comes to the bowling.
Well, you know what, a youthful age, everyone wants to bring his hand over. And eventually, you know, at one point, players would branch out into specialist cricketers, whether they are bowlers, wicketkeepers, few and far between, of course. Short, and he gets on top of the bounce and punches up the cover. And he's charging back for a run, which is not on. And in the end, sent back and just a single.
Indeed, everybody thinks that they want to be both batters and the bowlers, all-rounders, whether batting all-rounders, bowling all-rounders. But not so much competition in the wicket-keeping, like you so rightly said.
Good delivery there from Boye. Right up in the block hole, and Ali had to come down on it. So Luke Ali is on 26 from 27 deliveries. And he might be the last hope for Trinidad and Tobago.
These will have to dig deep, keep ticking over the scores.
It's a good one. Looks like the googly. And Ali has to defend. So runs are not coming here for Trinidad and Tobago. Another 90 runs needed. 13 overs after this one. Driven, in fact, kept out rather than driven. And it goes back to the bowler field. So the end of a very good over there from Boye. So he has completed 2 overs and just conceded some 2 runs.
He runs up in a Shane Warne kind of fashion. He walks, he chips a few steps, and then a short run. And a lot of these, well, names, for instance, Boye, no doubt his father and or mother, they fancied Nicky Boye of South Africa, whether the name, whether the action, the bowling type, naming their child after that. And a lot of cricketers, they look at the stars of the day and they try to copy them, follow them.
Basso comes back from the pavilion end. He's a drive and an edge. It's going down towards third man. And going back for the second run. And we'll complete it.
Keeper guilty of getting up too early. By signal by the umpire. we keep keeping it an art that not too many persons really gravitate to, especially first time.
Yes, sir. Pulled out towards straightish mid wicket. They're back for the second one as it's fumbled there by Gore. And 2 more to the score. I would have said Luke Ali earlier on. In fact, it's Fariz Ali who is out there batting with his vice captain, Christian Rampasad, who's on 15. And Ali himself is on 2. Tossed up and driven. It goes past a backward point and goes down towards the boundary. And 2 more to the score.
Obviously, 2 runs for the USA is much better than 4 runs. However, 1 is better than 2 for them. So they really have to tighten up. A couple of misfields in the last few deliveries.
Played to extra cover. No run.
.195 for 9 Jamaica. It remaining. The USA team number 1, perhaps large and in charge at this stage. But funny things happen in cricket, Smitten.
So the question is,
well,
the batsman
that's the end of that. 195 all out.
Well, the end of that. So
US.
that question doesn't matter anymore.
The USA number 1 team, they have won their first match in this West Indies Under 19 tournament, and I could imagine how elated they are, Smitten.
So number 1 winning the first match and number 2 could win the second match.
On the verge of perhaps winning.
And right now my money is on the USA, 174 for 6.
They have my vote as well.
The overs are dwindling, 84 runs, 12 sevens are 84. Which suggests to me that the asking rate keeps going up.
At no point in the match, any of the teams scored at 8 runs and over. So the likelihood of that happening is dim.
Single here.
This would really be a big day for US cricket, if you ask me, Smitten.
It would be.
Were the 2 teams to win their first match today? Of course, we don't know what will happen with the others, but their tails will be on their backs.
Punched into the offside and knocked down nicely there by Gore at point. Fielders really on their toes. They're not giving much away. Chirping, getting louder and louder. The USA is sensing something is coming their way.
This match basically going down to the end, going down to the wire.
You know, he's looking to drive, but gets it just as far as the bowler. And there's no run. So, boy, really keeping it tight here for the USA.
And Matt Smitten, I thought by now I would have been on the beach for about a few hours. Well, especially if the US were to bat. But it just shows this beautiful game of cricket.
Tossed up and he cannot capitalize. Gets it as far as long on for a single. So they're not getting the balls away. They've had 1 or 2 bad deliveries which they were unable to dispatch. So the pressure is really being brought to bear now on the Trinidad and Tobago team.
I'm reminded of the adage, bad balls get good wickets.
Boye. This one,
lovely hit.
He was looking to tug it through mid-wicket, but succeeded in getting it over the bowler's head and just a single. That certainly was aimed in the direction of mid-wicket, but he got it straight and over the bowler's head and down to a straightish long off position and picked up a single. So the pressure really on these Trinidad and Tobago batsmen.
One thing is certain, they have to bat. And they also have to make runs.
Flashed that and missed outside the off stump. It goes to the keeper, end of the over. So the overs are quickly running away, and the runs are not coming.
Runs are not coming, Smitten. And we're heading into basically the final phase of the match. The USA, can they see this match through to the end? Can they take it home? Can they maintain their composure?
I think though, if USA continues to bowl as well, they do not necessarily have to take these 4 wickets. They could very well stifle the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen and in the end win this match by virtue of being able to restrict the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen below the target.
Very good observation, Smitten. Another dot ball, precious dot ball as it were. And the fielder encouraging, they're going to try to shy for everything. Try to eke out a run out, another dot ball. The pressure builds. This USA team operating like a well-oiled machine. Yes, they've had a few bad balls, Smitten. And that's 3 dot balls so far for the over.
Yes, and not really going in favor of Trinidad and Tobago. They cannot afford dot deliveries at this point.
And the single dabbed out to the forward of point and cover point, and that's okay. 1 run in 4 balls, Smitten.
Oh, yes. And, a single in 4 balls is not going to hurt the USA by any means.
Will that get to the boundary? Yes, it does. A very precious 4 runs, a very precious boundary. And not the best of balls on that occasion. Played through the extra cover region.
Much needed boundary for Trinidad and Tobago.
Doesn't matter how they come, they'll take them. They need them. 5 runs in the over so far. Another dot ball, 1 ball remaining, or is that the over? It is the over.
That's in fact the over, but
under the circumstances, a very good over.
A very good over, despite the fact that 1 delivery went for boundary, just some 5 runs in the over. So I would go as far as to say an excellent over. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago needing to score 7 runs per over. It has gone well below 7 runs per over at this point. So those are precious dot deliveries there for the USA.
It's the final power play. The US, they are allowed to now have 5 fielders outside the circle. Power play 1, the first 10 overs, they are allowed to have 2. Second power play, from 11 to 39, 11 to 40, they were allowed to have 4. The final power play, they're allowed to have an extra man outside. And is it going to be out? Settles on it. And the bad ball getting a wicket on that occasion, Smitten. But bad ball get good wickets.
Oh, yes. And with the batsmen under pressure at this point, they can, it's always a situation where the batsmen could easily make some mistakes and give their wicket away. But A good start to the over there for the USA. Another 78 runs needed to win with less than 10 overs to go. In fact, just virtually 10 overs to go. One delivery in this over so far. So you could say 9 overs, 5 deliveries. And that's approaching 8 runs per over. So
a ball that perhaps should have been 4 or even 6, Mitten.
Well, they say good balls get in wicket, and you might be old enough to know that when we played cricket, your uncle in particular, Neville, used to say the pitch is taking full toss when a full toss took a wicket. So
he still says that as a matter of fact. The pitch is taking full toss, which is very interesting.
So bad balls do get wickets.
And the skipper is being extremely meticulous with his field placing at this stage. With a new batter coming in, a lefty. Some would say Trinidad and Tobago team facing down the barrel. Others would say the USA team number 2 on top of things. They run things at the moment.
Both statements are correct, no?
Definitely. And it's Boye once more. That's going to be a single, perhaps thinking about 2, which were nowhere in sight. Old people say 1-1 full basket, but really, I think the Trinbagans need much more than 1-1. They need some boundaries, they need some 4s, they need some 6s. As the pressure mounts, the required run rate climbs, 78 runs. The Trinidad camp getting excited, 2-2-2. No.
Yes, because the pressure is being brought to bear on the Trinidad and Tobago batsman. And the asking rate keeps going up. And it's now above 8 runs per over, so they would have to get their skates on at the moment.
But the US, they still can't let down their guard. They'll have to play cricket, play to the end, play sensible cricket. Oh, that's a beautiful ball outside the off stump. Driving and missing, and more importantly, a dot ball spin.
Yes, and pressure continues to build on Trinidad and Tobago. 76 runs needed. Here's one played down to Samuels. In fact, it bounces over his head and goes for 4.
A little fortuitous there, but they're going to take the runs any time they come.
Well, Samuels is a very short man, and he thought he had it covered. The ball bounced over his head, and he was unable to pull it back down. And it went away for 4 important runs, but still a struggle here for Trinidad and Tobago.
They'll need many more 4s if they are to come close to this target, never mind winning. And he's bowled all over the place. I mentioned earlier the cover was being placed on the coffin, but now the nails, they are being put in the coffin. Another wicket goes down for Trinidad and Tobago. And they now in a very strong position to lose this match. 186. Needing to get to 259. The pundits will argue that perhaps not really possible, but hey, this is cricket. And it isn't over until it is over, Smitten. It isn't until the fat lady sings and perhaps she's on her way to the St. Paul Sporting Complex.
I'm still trying to work out which side of the fence you're on, Troy. You keep speaking about pundits. And I personally believe the fat lady has already warmed up. She has already started a tune.
Just waiting to be escorted to the podium.
Certainly. With 8 wickets down, 72 runs to get, another 9 overs after this one. In fact, yes, 9 overs to go. That 8 runs for over. The asking rate going up after each over.
And just a single, which is okay. The US won't mind that at all. Even if they get a boundary, 5-6 runs in the over, they still won't mind that per se.
Well, every over they do not get 8 runs. It means that the asking rate is going up. What they need now, Trinidad and Tobago at this point, is a big over. An over of some 15, 16 runs, which would drive the asking rate down.
How likely will that be? How likely is that? I'm not too certain.
Well, but of course, you're not, because you're not a pundit.
I can tell you it isn't over until it is over. And as Smitten said, the fat lady, she's perhaps at the podium waiting for the signal. Dot ball again. The pressure is mounting.
Of course, you have to look at the resources of the 8 wickets are down.
Pressure single, looking for 2 play down the track. They are going to get to a misfield. They still would have gotten 2 in any event. But 2 very comfortable runs. Trinidad and Tobago. That's 3 in the over.
That's, of course, being one of the opening bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago.
And going for a heave, not really connecting. They're getting 1, running 2. Had to hustle in the end.
So good drive by Rasha. Well played. Played into the extra cover region and picking up 2 runs. Looks like he should have been sent earlier.
5 runs in the over so far. In the scheme of things, not really helping the Trinidadians. Going for a big woof on the onside, not connecting. The wicketkeeper takes 2 strides from behind the stumps and collect. And the US, they can feel victory. They can taste victory. Going for another big woof again. Getting a single, that'll be a bye. Getting home safely. 6 from the over only. Not contributing much to the cause. Yes, it's 6 vital runs. However, in the scheme of things, not good enough.
Just like to say at this point, though, Troy, I don't think you would have mentioned it any time during the broadcast today of the death of Jim Allen, one of the leading cricketers of Montserrat, and not only Montserrat, but in the Caribbean. At one point, early in his career, many felt that he was a much better batsman than Vivian Richards, who eventually went on to become an international star. Jim Allen, of course, would have played for the Combined Islands, the Leeward Islands, initially Montserrat, then Leeward Islands, Combined Islands, and he also played in the Kerry Packer era. And he would have passed away yesterday, so condolences to the Mountshot fraternity, the Mountshot public, and his family and friends. I know Basil Morgan follows cricket in the region, former umpire, of course, and he was very close to Jim Allen. And we offer condolences to the great Jim Allen's family and friends over there in Mountshot.
Indeed, Smitten, and I do align myself with your sentiments. And he's going lobbing. Is it a 6? Yes, it is a 6. They'll need a few more heavy blows like that, Smitten, to bring them back into this game.
Yes, sir, a good blow struck there by the batsman. And that's the vice captain, of course, Ram Prasad.
And were they to have a few other dot balls, again, that wouldn't be too bad for the Americans. One ball. And the US, are they just waiting for the inevitable? Some field adjustment being done. Going lobbing again, there's a man moving around. Oh, just dropping short of him. Playing it cautious, Smitten moving to his left, not really attacking, allowing the ball to come for him, not wanting to give away another boundary.
Yes, in fact, that there was a switch. Samuel was out there. He's a very short man. He has been moved around to long off. We have seen previously 2 deliveries going over his head, one, in fact, bouncing over his head. So there was a switch. There's a man down on who replaced him down on the taller person. And not much taller by any means, though.
They should get one play down to the long on region. They're going to hurry through for throw. The throw comes in, fairly decent throw, but not quick enough.
Man down there, of course, is Samuels, who seems to be the firing line quite regularly.
And normally when you're having a bad day with the ball tends to follow you wherever they put you.
I would not say that he's having a bad day. It's just that he is a very short man and being placed in a high traffic area where balls are going overhead. It's always going to be difficult for that fielder.
Boy in, another dot ball. As a matter of fact, it's the end of the over. A very good over nonetheless. Keeping things tight.
Yes, a pretty good over there by the USA. And they have played this game well. And it's now 200 coming up for Trinidad and Tobago, 202 for 8. And we have another 7 overs left to get some 56 runs. And they require 8 runs per over. So they can still do it. The vice captain is there, although I have given up hope on them. The vice captain is there. He's on 23. And but what they do need at this point, though, they need a good over where they can bring this asking rate down, because having to score 8 runs per over, it's not easy, and the team would have to be constantly, getting good overs. But one big over could really turn the tide and pull that asking rate down.
We'll have to wait and see how this pans out. Trying to go for that is the vice captain, not really connecting. The bubbles down to the fielder. Some field adjustment being made. The man from a mid-wicket region pushed back on the 45. They're going to get a single there. Thinking about two. They're going for two. And a much better throw could have been a run-out Smitten. The bowler had to stretch too far from the stumps to get closer to the stumps to effect the disturbance of the wicket, but two safe ones in the end.
Yes, it's always difficult for a fielder to run in and throw at the same time. He had to get rid of the ball as quickly as possible. So in the end, he did fairly well also.
Going again, and they're thinking about it, only going to get one on this occasion.
But it's obvious that the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, they're looking for everyone at this point. They realize that, you know, they're at a point where urgency is required, and they would have to try and get every run as possible.
In two balls, they'll need much more than that. Some fours and the sixes would do their cause just. And edging, and it goes down to a short third man region. Just the 1-1-4 in 3 balls, is it?
Yes, they need a boundary here.
The way the bowling is going on, I'm not really seeing or feeling that, but strange things do happen. Bad balls do come.
Still a long way off, though.
Spanking and but a bit of getting down on the carpet. Backward square. Just the 1 run. 5 runs so far.
They seem to be running for everything now. The fielders are really running all over the place.
Going for a mighty heave, missing it. It's the end of the over. And it reminds me what you just said, Smith, in small days we're playing tip and go. Tip and go 1-1, tip and go 2-1s.
Well, they need more than that at this point, the Trinidad and Tobago team. They need to be clearing the boundaries. They need to be hitting 4s and 6s at this point. They're going to give themselves a chance. 52 runs to get, another 6 overs to go. That's a borrowing, and that's approaching 9 runs for over.
Which brings me to the question, Smitten. How much batting time do teams really give numbers 9, 10, and 11 particularly?
Well, that's a good question. And some teams I don't know. It shows that their players do get some batting time. And many times some of these players play for different teams, and they bat a lot higher than they might play in a particular team.
Good point. That's going to be a single. Playing to cover. Slight misfield. Just the vice keeper looking for a couple. And quite often we see 8, 9, 10, and 11 being asked to win a match, or in 4 to 5 the cricket, longer version, red ball cricket, save a match. And I don't believe you could give these batters too much time practicing batting. That one comes off the edge, third man, 1 being turned into 2 by a bit of misfielding.
My good friend Samuel in the wars again. He's been all over the field.
And the US, they battle on. So too are the Trinidadians, perhaps in a losing cause the way it's looking. Just 1 And that is okay. 2 runs per ball would do the Jamaican fine. That'll be 12 runs in the over. It doesn't look like that is quite likely.
Bounces are not coming, and that's a cause for concern.
This one goes uppishly to a short third man. Just a single again. We've had a 2, a 1, at the dot ball, was it? So that's like 4 runs from the over, 2 balls left. 2 4s would do the Trinidad and Tobago team well, but like you rightfully said, we haven't been seeing them coming. Haven't seen the 4s, never mind a 6. And trying to go to prove us wrong, sending that one down to a wideish long off. Picking up 2 runs. And unfortunately, 2 runs in the scheme of things, they are not really helpful. They need much, much more than 2 runs. Could they get a 6 for this ball? I down into the long on region, fielder using the broad barrier to ensure there is no misfielding, just the single. And the struggle continues for Trinidad and Tobago, trying to get to 259. They are
212, I think.
212. Some
214, the scoreboard says. No, it's been a struggle all day too.
45 runs, 45 runs needed.
Scoreboard showing 214, 44 needed. And let's hope they have it right. Of course, the teams and the umpire do pay special attention to the scoreboard.
And they are now using radios, walkie-talkie as we call it, both umpires on the field, and once they are available, the scorers as well as the scoreboard and the match referee, of course. And speaking of match referee, Mr. Samuel Spencer out of Antigua and Barbuda, he's the chairman of the selectors for the Leeward Islands. He is also a West Indies scout. So he's here in St. Kitts looking at the game, because at the end of this tournament, they'll be selecting a West Indies team to take part in the Under-19 World Cup. Change of ball at the end and going big, going aerially. And a 4, a much needed 4, much precious 4, a lovely shot at that, Smitten.
Yes, a very good start to the over there. Well struck down to long off by the left-handed Rashan, who bowls right-handed, of course, one of the opening bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago, but the sort of start that is needed, of course, a bowling change was made at the pavilion end. The Patellas coming to the attack.
7 runs from 1 ball, Smitten. Is this the big over you've been speaking about?
Well, they do need one, the Trinidad and Tobago team, of course. And they are being aided and abetted there by Patel, left arm.
I'll argue they need a few big overs.
So he's looking to make some adjustment to his field. He's bringing the backward square inside the 30-yard circle, and he's sending back his mid-on, or his mid-off. He's sending back his mid-off to long off on the boundary.
Just inside the wide demarcation. Very good bowling indeed. He tried to do that the previous ball, but he went too wide. this game perhaps had the potential to be a Tantimore special. And that's an excellent shot. Excellent shot. Going way outside the off-stump Smitten and pulling that one back with a square for 6. You asked the question earlier, how come he wasn't batting earlier?
Good shot indeed, and innovative. And that shot speaks very much of the T20 cricket which is being played. He just got inside of that and swung it around. That one was on about off stump, or just outside.
Try that again. Yeah, a very good ball at the end of the day. And playing all over that Smitten.
Trying the shot again.
The bowler saw him going that time and followed him. Very good bowling. Very good thinking by the batter. Very good bowling. Is he going to get away with it again this time? Slapping that one through the covers, just getting a single, but being applauded nonetheless by his teammate. And at this stage, they basically need big overs all the way through Smitten.
Oh yes, they certainly do. That big over has been late in coming. We have had 2 boundaries and a single in this over so far, 9 runs. But they needed a bit more than that. But if these 2 can take it down, we have another 4 overs after this one. So still some time left in the match.
32 runs for victory.
Boundary here would help the cause of the Trinidad and Tobago team.
This US team, their mettle being tested. And he goes aerially. It's going to drop in safe territory. Shouldn't get to the boundary. It doesn't. They get 2 runs. 3 players converging on that, ensuring no boundary is scored, Smitten.
Yes, 4 overs to go, and the ball would have plugged a bit though, and I don't think it would have gotten to the boundary, but we are down to the wire now. You said it would have gone down to the wire. 4 overs to go. Still plenty of deliveries left, another 24 deliveries in which to get some 30 runs.
Very gettable.
So, a crucial over coming up here, and who are the US going to turn to? They need a wicket here. And we have seen Rashu, one of the opening bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago. He's been batting well so far. He, in fact, along with his vice captain, they have put on a little bit of a partnership here so far.
A little bit of recovery at the back end. Could this be too little too late? Could this turn things around and see Trinidad and Tobago go on to victory?
Still have added some 40 runs so far. The last wicket falling with the score on 188. So this has been a good little partnership here for Trinidad and Tobago. Rampasari is on 43. And Russia has moved on to 25. And let's see what happens here now with Russia.
A few overs ago, Smitten, we didn't get the impression this match would come down this close.
Well, 2 wickets to go, 30 runs to get. This one is swung straight. It's in the air. Fielder attempts to take the catch. It eludes him. And it's pulled back inside the long off boundary, but they're running for the worth. The Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, and they have picked up 3 runs.
Saving a single. Very good strike indeed, but very good feeling as well. The fielder on the long on boundary and the long off boundary chasing the ball. Both of them doing a very good job. That 1 run they saved may very well be the difference between a victory and defeat in the next few overs, the next few balls. We'll just have to wait and see.
Capper, the bowler, he comes in now to the vice captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team. He's getting it down to short third man. Pity fields a run.
Just intent on giving his partner the strike there, Smitten.
Well, it seems to be a plan. One.
Actually, it's a no ball being signaled, Smitten.
Oh my goodness! This is not what they're looking for at this point. That's 2 runs then, and an extra delivery.
We are looking, and I think there may be too many men outside the circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it can't be.
Well, I see the umpires indicating so. But nevertheless, it was a no ball, and that's the important thing at this point. And an extra delivery and an extra run for Trinidad and Tobago. And he's one driven down too long on. And thinking of a second run, Russia. It's not on.
Getting the ball in quickly, but you'll have to be careful that in your haste you don't take your eyes off if it misfeel it. Give a second run.
So, 2 deliveries gone in this over so far.
We are now in tantamount territory.
Not quite, Troy. Swings and misses.
Ooh.
So, Kappa getting one past the batter of the captain there, Rampasad. Rampasad is pushing into the offside, gets a single.
235. Three overs after this, 18 balls after this. Anything can happen at this stage.
Quite doable. The match can go either way. And it's a question of who could hold their nerves at this point. Swing, edges, it's going down to short, fine leg, and just a single. PD is quickly around to retrieve just 1 run.
It's getting closer and closer. At this stage, the odds would be in favor of Trinidad and Tobago, and they did well to bring themselves into this position.
Kappa steered away down to backward point and a single. So we have another 3 overs to go. It's 230. Wait for the scoreboard, 238. 38. The scoreboard says. That's another, in fact, it's another 20 runs needed. And we have some 18 deliveries in which to get these runs. Very much.
Basically, a run a ball.
Very much on. And we see the signal of the final power play.
And the
USA
team?
Just 3 overs to go.
Yes, I'm wondering, Smitten.
No, that cannot be the final power. We saw a signal there from the umpire.
Yes. That was the signal for the power play. I'm not certain what that means.
I suspect it has something to do with the team not getting to the overs on time. So
penalty overs.
They might be penalized. They would have to bring one extra fielder inside the circle. So let's look at the field and see. So we're seeing just 1, 2, 4 fielders out.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm counting. Yes, this one drops back.
So just the 4 fielders allowed outside the circle.
Mm-hmm.
So that signal certainly would have been for that. Starts with a wide.
Could the Trinbagans capitalize on this?
Well, it's an opportunity for them. Certainly an opportunity. With that extra fieldsman being forced inside the circle, it certainly is an opportunity for them. But it's Gore who goes in. Short turned into the onside. I think Rampasad at this point needs to do a bit more than what he's doing, though. He's just looking to work the ball into the gaps to pick up singles, but he has been there for some time. He is set. He has already gone to 50s and 56. And I think he needs to be more proactive and try to push the scoring rate up also.
Indeed.
Perhaps he's thinking in terms of conserving wickets, but no point in conserving wickets if you're going to lose in the end.
2 balls and it could be all over. 2 balls, 2 wickets.
Yes, he's set. He's a set batsman there. Russia has been doing a very good job. Russia. Oh my, there's a bit of confusion as it's knocked down by the bowler. The peel goes up as the turn there by Russia breaks the stump. But you see that the batsman was well and truly home, but anything goes at this point.
Looking to find out where the ball was there an opportunity for a run? But that wasn't the case. So the USA, they live to fight another day. Or should I say the Trinbagans live to fight another day.
Short and all gone wrong. In fact, it's a no ball. It's outside the cut strip. No ball signal.
Boy.
Extra run. Not no wide. It's a no ball. That one fell outside the cut strip. So an opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago. A free hit on offer.
Oh, me, oh,
Over
my.
exuberance there by Carr.
Yes.
Go. So losing it a bit. So opportunity here for Trinidad and Tobago.
They need to maintain their composure right through to the end, the U.S. players.
And he has to bowl that one over. Not a wide delivery.
And
these are all
ball
runs.
is still in effect.
It's still in effect.
The free hit is still in effect.
And these are all runs. And no extra balls has been bowled as yet. So he's looking to carry it wide still.
I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to get the ball just inside of the marker for the wide.
Does so, it's in the air, goes down to
And he's taken.
long off. It's a no ball, so
Oh, yes,
oh, it's a
indeed.
free, sorry. So no chance of the batsman being out there except he was run out. And in fact, they were back for the second run. So they picked up 2 runs.
It was taken. A very good take, close to the boundary. Saving
Catch, of
2
course,
runs.
taken by Zai. But the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, they were on the alert. They were looking for the second run. And while the fielder Zai was settling underneath that one, they were looking to pick up that extra run.
Could he recreate that ball?
Swings and swings well out towards mid-wicket. It's going out towards the boundary. 4 runs. My word. This has been a good knock here by Russia, giving his team a chance. And his team very critical over. 2 overs after this.
This is the game, the big over we were speaking of.
Well, Fat Lady would have to make her
Take
way
a
back
seat.
to the dressing room. Because this is far from over. Back to the bowler this time, though. And no run.
At this stage, the Trimbagans should really feel that they are going to win this match, and I agree with them. And were they to go on to win Smitten, it'll be a tremendous victory for them. However, it'll be a tough loss for the US team.
It would be. But Trinidad and Tobago, they certainly have fought back well. And Russia coming in at number 10 has really done a good job for his team, and that probably answers your question as to whether or not some of these fielders, these bowlers do bat in the nets. Outside
That
the off
is
stump, and he finishes the over well, but 5 runs for over.
12 balls, 10 runs in 12 balls. Extremely gettable at this stage. The odds are in favor of the batting team, Trinidad and Tobago. But funny things happen in cricket. 1 wicket, and that might be the end of that.
They do, and that's exactly what the American team needs at the moment. They need a wicket at least in this over. And Trinidad and Tobago, they can do it in singles at this point. There's no need for them to try and create boundaries. And they're in a very good position. And it just says that you could never, come to a foregone conclusion as far as cricket is concerned. Because at one point I was saying that this seems to be going very much the way of the USA. The USA. And now the USA, they are the team under pressure.
Fighting to save the match.
Fighting to win.
Was it a case that Trinidad and Tobago, they pulled victory from the jaws of defeat?
Well, it's
or a case of the USA pulled defeat from the jaws of victory?
Well, that's a good question. And I think I'll go. So who do you have here? It looks like Boye out there picking up the attack. He was good in the initial spell. He bowled well, but this is a very critical point in the game. It's 5 overs for 26 runs.
So the question is, why didn't he bowl his full 10?
Well, we have seen a number of bowlers being used. 2, 4, 6, 8 bowlers being used. And here is a single.
So then the follow-up question is, was that really necessary?
Well, you see, sometimes I think teams do carry around too many bowlers, and that effectively, confuses things for the captains. And sometimes you find that, a bowler is not being brought into the attack because the team has too much bowler, and then sometimes they use the wrong bowlers, probably for too long. You might have a situation where one of your best bowlers do not bowl a full allotment. So, sometimes having too many bowlers could be a problem.
That coupled with the fact that when a bowler is having a good spell, do you bowl him out or do you save him and bring him back for the latter stages?
Good swing there, out towards mid-wicket. Oh, goes to the fielder 4. My word. Bad miss there by the fielder there on the straightest mid-wicket bound.
A very bad miss there. We've seen a few of them. Not as critical as that. That probably would have yielded 1 run. Maybe if they ran fast enough, 2.
But that's the 5 runs they needed in the over and just 2 deliveries. So they could very well finish it in this over. Wicket here would put things in favor of the USA, but still, you never know. They need wickets here. Just 5 runs to get now.
That extra man for the penalty.
Badly line goes down to short backward square, another run. 4 runs needed.
6 in the over.
And I think Boyer was a bit lucky there. That was over-pitch delivery, and over-pitch delivery, and it could have easily been put away for a boundary.
Perhaps the batter's being overly cautious, and especially since they know they are ahead of the required run rate. What a game of cricket. The game of glorious uncertainties, and that is the case.
You know, Troy, we were supposed to be home early today.
Very early.
But, you know, the sun is setting on us now.
Exactly. Oh, and he's going to give a dot ball.
Camper is becoming louder and louder. And obviously they never gave up. They seem to have quite a bit of confidence. And you can see the shoulders drooping over out there in the field. The USA players realize that they've let one through.
The question is, could they find themselves in such a position again in this competition?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. They certainly put up a good showing here today. They batted well.
Could we attribute this to the inexperience of the team and perhaps the coaching staff?
Pulled up towards mid-wicket, another run here. Oh, they are going for the second run. The fielder, is he run out?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. No need for that, really, Smitten.
Absolutely no need.
Well on top of things. Could this be the twist in favor of the US?
This is the game awareness, of course.
Yes. Too often we see players playing from the shoulder down, and I'll argue this is a situation, this is an example of that. Informed batsman, well ahead of the run rate.
Not good cricket at all here from Trinidad and Tobago, and giving it up.
A very good knock nonetheless from the number 10. Not only bringing his team back into the game, but putting them on the brink of victory. Message going out to and the umpire sends him batsman. The fielder was going out with a bottle of water.
Well, this was...
and the umpire said, no, go back.
This was squarely on the shoulders of the vice captain. No, he is out there, he's set, another 3 runs needed, but in fact he has to wait a bit because...
The new batter is facing.
The new batsman would have to face.
What do you do at this stage? Do you bring your field in, put some pressure on the new batter? Or do you continue to defend your boundaries, Smitten?
Well, I certainly would have gone for putting pressure on the new batsman.
Exactly. You got to go for broke.
I would have called for the helmet, and there would have been a forward shot leg in place, a silly point. Now I see they're putting a slip in place.
I agree with the forward short leg and the silly point. Put the 2 players in his face. This is the number 11 bat we're talking about. Of course, we don't know his quality, his standard. But
nevertheless, it's a precious situation, and he's coming in at number 11. And he pulls this one in the onside. He's getting runs. Are they going to think of a second run? They're not.
The vice captain would want to take the strike.
Well, I think he might be losing the strike. That might not be the
over.
The end of the over.
So it comes down to match awareness against
awareness.
Refuse the single so you could take the strike. Are they going to call for the helmet? But, so here is it. The captain on the field, he may not be thinking about that. This is where the support from the technical staff up in the pavilion is needed. They are to be the experienced ones sent down to helmets.
Well, there's always a thing called match awareness.
Because it's just what?
We're going to have a tie here, though.
That's a viable option. 3 runs to get to victory, 2 runs to tie, 1 wicket to get for victory. It's all It's 1 minute to 6. And our technical team showing the thumbs up. And nonetheless, it was a very good day of cricket, beautiful weather, a beautiful pitch, beautiful bowling, beautiful batting, beautiful feeling. It isn't over by the widest stretch of the imagination. Still all to play for here, smitten by both teams.
So the scoreboard says 2 runs to get. I hope that is properly synced, which suggests that the target is to 59. And a PD comes back. Outside the off stump, 4 runs. Dab down to third man for 4. No need to run, but the batsmen were not taking any chances. They were back for the second run, and 4 runs to the left-handed Rupal, and taking his whole team home to victory. So Trinidad and Tobago winning this one by picking up some, in fact, losing some 9 wickets, and 200 and they end at 261. The target, of course, behind and winning quite nicely, and certainly a good match coming to an end. And that's it from us. We'll be back here on Sunday to bring you further cricket, but we've come to the end of a good day's match, and it's good evening from Troy Biff Mills and myself, all smitten here from the St. Paul's Cricket Ground. Yeah, boy, I got